Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO of Fanbase, and I'm here with a very important message. We are at a turning point in the Black community where we must have equity in the apps we use that scale to billions of dollars. But this time, we own the infrastructure, we own the culture, and we shape the future. And Fanbase is the future. Fanbase combines the free functionality of Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube into an all-in-one platform built for the evolution of social media and monetization. With over 1.4 million users, that's real proof that we are shifting the conversation of tech ownership and equity for creators. So right now, I want you to go to startengine.com/fanbase and invest today. The minimum to invest is $399. That gets you 60 shares of stock in Fanbase at $665 a share. This marks a turning point in Black ownership of social media. If we don't take this opportunity to own social media right now, we will always be customers to our own creations. And that can't go on. So once again, go to startengine.com/fanbase and invest today. We must own the platforms where our voices live, our stories matter, and where our culture drives the world. Thank you.
Folks, Black Star Network is here.
Oh, no punches!
I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
Stay Black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, there's a difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig? Folks, it's election night 2025. We got the Blackest Show out here. We're going to break down all the different races. 190 elections taking place all across the country. Gubernatorial races in New Jersey. Statewide races in Virginia. Will Democrats control the House in Virginia plus the Senate? And will they have a trifecta in the state? Plus, New York City mayoral race in Detroit, Seattle, local elections, Supreme Court races in Pennsylvania, constitutional amendments in Texas, plus Prop 50 in California. Lot to cover. It's time to bring the funk right here in a special edition, Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. Let's go. Elections all across the country. This is the map right here. And again, you got Virginia, New Jersey, Texas, California, Seattle, Detroit, all sort of races happening all across the country. And this is a huge election. Of course, the midterm elections are next year. What I've been saying to everybody since last year's election. Stop talking about 2028, stop talking about 2026, and focus on what's coming up next. And so we're going to be covering all of these important races, telling you exactly what's going on. Can Democrats regain their mojo? Will MAGA be shut down all across the country? In Virginia, they, of course, have a unified victory party at the convention center there. Our own Brittany Noble is live in Richmond, Virginia. Let's go there. Brittany, give us a sense of what's happening there at the Democratic victory party.
Well, Roland, we are starting to see the results of one of the most closely watched elections in the Commonwealth's history. Abigail Spanberger is the projected winner of the governor's race here in Virginia, and it offers a window into the minds of voters across the country since President Donald Trump returned to the White House. This is also home to hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have been impacted by the ongoing government shutdown. Let's go over a few other reasons why Virginia is important.
Is my mic off?
Virginia is one of the people.
I can't hear. What the hell is this shot? I can't hear her.
You know, the growing anti-Trump energy across the country.
Can I hear her?
To lower living costs,
keep my audience.
Women's health care rights, and to restore, quote, decency and stability to politics. If she wins tonight, which, again, she's the projected winner, she would notch a major win for Democrats nationally who hope not just to turn Virginia blue, but ultimately hope they'll be able to ride dissatisfaction with President Trump all the way back to control of Congress and the White House. Her opponent was the state's current Lieutenant Governor, Republican Winsome Earl Sears. She's a Marine Corps veteran who was the first black woman ever elected statewide in Virginia. She would have to become the first black woman in U.S. history ever elected to the governor's mansion. It's also fitting that the first black woman governor could come from here in Virginia, since it was Virginia that elected the country's first black governor following Reconstruction. Virginians are also choosing their next lieutenant governor, their attorney general, and holding elections for all 100 seats in the State House of Delegates. Tonight, I will continue following these races here from her election camp, and I will continue to bring you the latest results from Richmond, Virginia. Back to you, Ro.
All right, Brittany, so first of all, we see right now that folks are coming on the stage there. We've seen some folks. So are they calling this race? These are the top Democrats coming to the microphone there. So what's actually happening right now on the stage behind you? Brittany, can you hear me? Brittany, can you hear me?
The delay was so bad.
All right, so here's the whole deal. Let's try to find out what's going on. Again, we're seeing some of the early election results coming in, and it looks like the top Democrats are gathering on the main stage there. And so we're going to go live to them in just a moment to, of course, hear from folks who are gathering on the stage. We got a lot of folks who are in studio. We got guests who are going to be coming on the show. Joining us right now is Latasha Brown, co-founder of Black Voters Matter. We don't have Latasha? All right, so let me know again when we have Latasha. And so, again, as you can see, let's go back to Richmond, Virginia. You see right there, they're all coming on the podium there. And as I look at them coming up again, we're already looking at some of the exit polling data. It looks like, definitely in the governor's race, it's going to be a big blowout. Abigail Spanberger against Winsome Sears. The numbers are there showing white voters, black voters, women voters going for Democratic candidates compared to the Republican candidates. Also, we're already seeing right now, folks, in Georgia. What did we talk about in Georgia? We said how critical these races are. 2 Public Service Commission seats that deal with utility rates. Democrats apparently are winning both of those commissioner seats in Georgia. Republicans have been winning statewide across Georgia, so already we're seeing results there. And so that is a huge, huge night for Democrats in Georgia winning those 2 seats. We're going to be looking at a lot more of these other election results to break down exactly, what's going on. Right now, I want to go over here to the folks who are gathered in our studio. We're going to be breaking down the election results all night. So let's go to them. Let's start talking about what's happening. Again, we're looking at these results. Let me go on over here. So, folks, what's happening? Y'all get them water bottles. They not sponsoring us. Man. Ain't cutting no checks. Get the bottles off the table. Ain't cutting no checks, though. That's right. We ain't no freebies around this joint. Ain't no freebies at all. So let's get right into it here. Of course, a lot of folks here. Let's hang out. Mustafa Santiago Ali, former senior advisor for environmental justice at the EPA, who's joining us right now. Of course, Eugene Craig, X Factor Media with us as well. Long Victoria Burke, Black Virginia News, NNPA, and resident Cowboy Carter. Tour is over. Figured that whole thing out. So all that is going on. And so I'm going to actually introduce folks, everybody else in a second. Let me first do this here. Laura, I'm going to start with you. Give us a sense. You've been covering what's happening in Virginia, a sense of what this race has been like and leading up to tonight.
Yeah, the race has been topsy-turvy because of the Attorney General situation, Jay Jones, with regard to the text messages. Really, the suspense for this race is his race, which, of course, is tightening. I would just remind everybody that the last to report in the Commonwealth of Virginia is Fairfax County, which is one of the bluer counties. That'll report really late, and that would be good for Jay Jones. He is ahead by a little bit right now. But I think it's a surprise for everybody to see what a beatdown this has been so far in terms of Abigail Spanberger's race being called 17 minutes after 7 o'clock when the polls closed. So that was just over. I mean, the Spanberger race is over, like, immediately. As somebody who worked for Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax, we had to wait all night for that. So we're really kind of very, I think the Democrats would be very happy to see that sort of quick result. Lieutenant Governor's race also looks like it's pretty much over. That's State Senator Ghazala Hashmi versus John Reed. That looks like it's over as well. So everybody's waiting for the Jay Jones race. I went to a Spanberger event on Sunday in Norfolk, Virginia, and it was kind of quiet. This has been kind of a weird race, kind of boring, not particularly exciting, but quite frankly, a win is a win. Abigail Spanberger showed a lot of message discipline, and she prevailed.
It's been quite hilarious to watch these right-wingers, especially in the last 48 hours. So here is Winsome Sears on Fox News whining and complaining about former President Barack Obama not endorsing her for governor of Virginia. If y'all want to see stupidity, roll it.
And this is the president. But remember, Obama was supposed to be the president of hope and change. Whatever happened to all that? Where is the hope, Mr. President? Where is the change, President Obama? Of course, we know it's all hypocrisy. And then, of course, last year this time, he told everybody to vote for the black woman. Well, Charlie, here I am. Right. Here I am. And now he's singing a different tune. Hypocrisy all the way, but the Virginia voters are seeing through that because we are for common sense, and my opponent, Abigail Spanberger, is for nonsense.
All of a sudden, they like being called black? You know, I mean, isn't it amazing that they were like, oh, identity politics, and now, why isn't he endorsing me? Oh, how about because your ass crazy?
Well, or better stated, right? Maybe she should have supported the black woman against Trump in 2020, or supported the black woman last year against Trump in 2024. Listen, I ran Black Republicans for Harris.
Charles Hunt, this is just baffling. I'm like, are you on crack?
So apparently now, you know, the likes of Winsome Sears, and look, Winsome's a nice lady personally, but when it comes to the politics, you know, she's going on for crazy. She's crazy as hell. I got kicked out of a group chat for lighting her up a couple years ago.
She's not crazy. I was on a transition.
She is crazy.
She's up there. She's
not Mark Robinson.
She's not Mark Robinson, Rob. But she's
okay, first of all, Mark Robinson, I mean, that's an insult to crazy. I mean,
she's not there.
He's on the porn site. That's what he's on. But no, but she is crazy.
But the thing is this. The thing is this, right? And this is, and later tonight we'll get into this. But black Republicans are going to have to make a decision, right? I made my decision last year when I ran Black Republicans for Harris, right? On what I'm going to stand on. In this MAGA transition to post-MAGA world, people like Winsome Sears are going to have to make a decision on what they want to do, what they want to be in this political world going forward. You cannot get on Fox News and play to a racist audience, because that's what Fox News has at this point. Your quote-unquote race card, your own DEI card, if you can even say. When, one more time, if that's what you wanted to do in 2024, you could have supported the black woman against a literal tyrant, or in 2020, you could have supported the black woman that would have been vice president against a literal tyrant.
Lauren, did Winston show up to the public meeting at the NAACP in Virginia?
She did not.
No. Did she drop by any HBCU during the campaign?
She did. She went to Norfolk
Where did she go?
State. She went to Norfolk State. She did get booed. She made the unfortunate mistake of being the person before Bobby Scott.
Oh.
so she got booed, and then Bobby got cheered.
But here's my whole point. Did Winston Sears offer anything, an agenda that black people say, you know what, I'm down with that?
No, unfortunately, she spent the entire campaign talking about trans bathroom issues. That was a massive, massive mistake. But I'm just telling you.
So she thought trans was going to win, it was going to do for her like it did for Trump against Kamala Harris.
Big mistake, big mistake. And so nobody cares about that. When you looked at the polls, the major polls, the Washington Post, the Watson poll, and you ask voters what they cared about is education, health care, saving democracy. Trans is way down the list. So that made absolutely no sense. She really isn't a bad person. I had to deal with her on a transition team from Justin Fairfax to Winston Sears. She really isn't. I was actually surprised the Republicans effectively did a Thelma and Louise and drove the car off the cliff, okay? Because I thought they were going to switch the candidate out, quite frankly, and give her, Commandant of the Marine Corps or something like that in the Trump administration. But they ran her, and they got the result that I think everybody expected.
So her and Trump don't have a good relationship anymore.
They don't. She called Trump back. See, she said that the party should move on from Trump, and so Trump hates her. She's really she's sort of a throwback black Republican. She's not a DeSantis MAGA Republican.
Yes.
She really is.
She's played the 50s. She's been MAGA. She's jump back over and jump back over and jump back over.
Right. Well, guess what? Now she got a lot of free time on her hands. I'm going to introduce the rest of the panel. Michael Brown, former Finance Committee member of the DNC. Of course, we're going to CEO, co-founder of Politicking. Greg Carr, Department of African American Studies, Howard University, Dr. Julian Mavo. Of course, Bennett College, President Emerita of Bennett College, economist as well. Of course, also joining us right here, Marcus Baxter, National Political Director, People for the American Way. And, of course, we got Gumbo Queen sitting here. No hands. She didn't bring none. Georgetown University School of Foreign Service. Got everybody here in the house. We got other folks going to be joining us. Tiffany Lofton. We got Latasha Brown. A lot of folks are going to be hanging out. But let's talk about this Virginia race. First of all, I've literally been laughing. I have been cracking up the last week looking at all of these crazy deranged MAGA people. You had John Fredericks, the radio show host. He's like, it's closing. It's getting tight. It's getting tight. It's right. I think we're going to have an upset. All these folks, they have been feeding the algorithm. Elon Musk was just sitting here dropping. I swear, I was seeing post after post after post, Mustafa, and I'm sitting there going, y'all know she going to get her ass.
Without a doubt. People are tired of performative politicians. They want reparative politicians. And that's the reason that they're losing across the country, because they know we got 40 million folks who are living in poverty. We got over 500,000 people go to bed every night in this country unhoused. We got over 300,000 people who are dying prematurely from air pollution every year. We got 1 in 3 black children in Head Start, and, now they're trying to take that away. So the performative politics is no longer something that people are interested in. This is hopefully a new day. 249-year-old republic, we'll see if people actually want real change, and it looks like folks do.
But, Michael, what are these black Republicans going to realize? If you align yourself with MAGA, we ain't fucking with you. No, we ain't. No. This ain't like, okay, a black Republican running 15, 20 years ago. Ain't no Edward Brooke black Republicans today.
Not like this.
No, you're right. You're absolutely correct. It's going to take a minute. But I think what's so interesting to me tonight is what the independent numbers look like. We know where Dems are going to be. We know where Republicans are going to be. We're independents in New Jersey, Virginia, California, even though California will probably go the way that my party would like it to go. But the independent numbers, seniors, young people, that's why the New York City race is important. Not necessarily the winner or loser. We know kind of who's going to win. But what do those numbers look like as well relative to the splits between young people, seniors, and independents?
The thing here, again, that I'm just laughing at, Greg, is these MAGA folks, because they got so caught up saying, ooh, Trump, he did so well with black people. We're increasing our numbers. And so now with her, of course, Byron Donalds, he thinks black people are going to be running to his side next year. I'm sure he going to all of a sudden be touting the HBCU he went to. Even though when you look at black stuff, they are absolutely against so many different things. They ain't never called down Trump out, never put him into check. And so I hope black folks in Florida next year do what they did to win some seats tonight in Virginia. Because based upon one exit poll, it shows that 90% of black people in Virginia voted against Winsome Sears.
Yes, sir. And, as the current president of Florida A&M found out when she did the strike again and cheered at the FAMU football game, black people in Florida got more sense. Just because you're black don't mean you get a vote. So hopefully that means we'll trounce. What do you call him? Lauren, the consensus. Yes, sir.
I call him the help.
Yeah.
There you go. That part.
Skills. I don't know what Byron Donald does besides holding.
Well, he did pat him on the back of his head when they were voting for Speaker of the House.
No, it is interesting, and I agree with Mike, the turnout will be interesting to see how this thing breaks down. I mean, according to the New York Times, as of a couple hours ago, nearly 2 million people, including early and mail-in voters, have cast ballots in the mayoral race. That's the most number in New York City since 1993. People are sick. People are tired of it. And, this is not going to be a good night for the Republicans, but more importantly, it'll be a good night for human beings. Dick Cheney made sure, unless he cast a mail-in ballot, that will be the last time Dick Cheney votes on this side of the earth, and that's probably on balance a good thing. But Donald Trump should be concerned now. He should be concerned because you've got everything from New Jersey, which will probably go to the Democrats. In Minnesota, they got a 1-vote majority in the legislature in Minnesota. That's probably going to hold firm. You've got the judges in Pennsylvania, the Supreme Court. Looks like they are going to run the table there and maintain their 5-2 majority with the Democrats. And I don't know, this time may even lift a boat like Jersey City. Did y'all see what it came out and said, I'm a gay American, to try to get the heat off him? McGreevey. Jim McGreevey running for mayor of Jersey City. Even he might get elected to office tonight. But this portends poorly for the midterms, I think. And, MAGA.
All right, Greg, hold tight 1 second. We're going to go live to Richmond to Brittany Noble. Brittany, go ahead.
I can hear all so much. My fellow Virginians, tonight we sent a message.
country. We sent a message to the whole world that in 2025, Virginia chose pragmatism over partisanship. We chose our Commonwealth over chaos. You all chose leadership that will focus relentlessly on what matters most. Lowering costs, keeping our communities safe, and strengthening our economy for every Virginian. Leadership that will focus on problem solving, not stoking division. We chose leadership that will always put Virginia first. And Virginia, I cannot wait to get to work for you. Tonight we turned a page. We turned that page by listening to our neighbors, focusing on practical results, laying out a clear agenda, and leading with decency and determination. To everyone who helped us achieve this win, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I thank you for the trust that you have placed in me, and it is the honor of my lifetime to be elected the 75th governor I would like to thank my opponent for a hard-fought race. The Lieutenant Governor's story, her military service, and her years of service here in Virginia deserve our respect and our gratitude, and I ask that you join me in wishing her and her family well. I also know that those who were supporting my opponent are disappointed today. And to those Virginians who did not vote for me, I want you to know that my goal and my intent is to serve all Virginians. And that means that I will listen to you, I will work for you and with you. That is the approach that I've taken throughout my entire career. I have worked with anyone and everyone, regardless of political party, to deliver results for the people that I serve. And that's because I believe in this idea that there is so much more that unites us as Virginians and as Americans than divides us. And I know in my heart that we can unite for Virginia's future, and we can set an example for the rest of the nation. Our founders understood this from the very beginning. They didn't choose to call Virginia a Commonwealth by accident. They chose it to signify that our government would be based on the power of the people united for a common good. Not for a political party, not for a president, not for a monarch, but for a common good, together. And tonight, Virginia proved that that tradition is alive and well. We are still a Commonwealth in every sense of the word. We are built on the things we share, not the things that pull us apart. And I am proud that our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between. That's the Virginia I know, that's the Virginia I love, and that's the Virginia I will have the honor of serving as your next governor. I want to thank so many people for the support that they have given to our campaign. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your support. To our tireless volunteers, to those who believed in me, thank you. Thank you for devoting your time, your energy, and your conviction to this campaign. Thank you for braving the weather, the heat, and then the cold, and then the rain, and then the sun. It's Virginia after all. Thank you. Thank you for talking to your neighbors about the importance of this race. Thank you for recognizing that when we went person to person engaging, that we could bring people not just into supporting our campaign, but into engaging in our democracy. Thank you. We won this race because of you. To our campaign team, you're the best in the country. Every single member of our team, every single one of you, you work tirelessly for the change, the progress, the policies, the connection, and the respect that you want to see in our communities. Thank you for working so hard. Thank you for giving people hope. Thank you for knocking on doors in the sweltering heat. Thank you for showing kindness. Thank you for showing up in every corner of Virginia. Thank you for diving deep on policy. Thank you for capturing moments and the essence of our campaign. Thank you for reaching voters everywhere. And thank you for believing that Virginia could and would send a hopeful and joyful message tonight. Thank you for giving everything to this campaign and then some. And thank you to my family. To my husband, Adam. My partner in everything. I love you with my whole heart. I am grateful for you. And it is very strange to declare my love for you in front of millions of people. But every adventure we have ever been on has been worth it because you have been by my side. I love you. I'm grateful for you. And I cannot wait to see what the next couple of years bring. To my daughters, Claire, Charlotte, and Catherine, you inspire me and motivate me every single day. Everything I do to build a better future for you and for all of Virginia's children, and I am so proud of you every single day. I am lucky to be your mother. And Catherine, you did not clean your room today as you promised me. She's working on it. If I was working on it, we wouldn't have won this election, okay? To my sisters, my dearest and earliest friends, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. To my friends who have traveled from around the world to be here with me today, thank you. Thank you for making me who I am, and thank you for always believing in me. And to my parents, I love you. Thank you for leading by example every day. And I know that today is a day that you all could have never imagined. But you taught me the importance of service to others and relentless hard work. And Mama, when I think about your life, from the time spent in foster care to putting yourself through nursing school and the challenges along the way, you made clear to us that to whom much is given, much is expected. And you have given me so much, born of your own struggles and your own challenges, and I know much is expected. And Dad, thank you for your example of service and tireless devotion to family and country. Nothing has made me prouder than to follow in your footsteps, so many steps along the way. I love you. I've talked a lot throughout this campaign about the importance of service and how it's shaped my life and my approach to public office, and that all came from my parents.
All right, folks, in Virginia, Governor-elect Abigail Spanberger, former member of Congress, she blows away Winston Sears. Almost 70% of the vote is in, 55.7 to 44.1%. Yeah, that constitutes an absolute blowout. In Virginia. It was, like I said, it was hilarious watching Republicans talk about, oh, it's closing, it's closing. I think we got a shot. I think we got a shot. And not only that, you also have the other races there. They really were saying that they were going to pick up the Attorney General race. Well, guess what? It looks like Jay Jones is going to pull it out to become the first African-American Attorney General in Virginia history. That race flipped big time when these text messages came out where he was talking to another Republican about wishing death upon a candidate to get their attention when it comes to guns and children. Democrats abandoned Jay Jones. But there were people like Senator Louise Lucas, Congressman Bobby Scott, and others who said, no, we're going to stand with that brother. Preachers said we're still standing with that brother, and looks like he is going to win that race. That's also a huge, huge race. Lauren, Democrats want to control the House. They won the House 2 years ago. Don Scott became the first black Speaker of the House in Virginia. What is it looking like? Are they expanding their lead in the House? They're definitely expanding, and the question is by how much. It's really hard to tell. They were up or what? 51-49. 51-49. 100-seat House of Delegates in Virginia, 51-49. Don Scott and Dan Helmer, as you know, have put a ton of effort and raised a record amount of money. And Don Scott has done an unbelievable job to get them positioned to win at least 6 or 7 seats. One of the seats that we talked about, we had her at Virginia State, Kimberly Pope Adams. She lost 2 years ago by 53 votes. Black folks in Petersburg did not turn out. What happened tonight? Looks like she's winning comfortably, very, very comfortably. And she's not the only one. I mean, there's several seats here that typically are very close, that they're comfortably winning. Again, a lot of credit is going to go to the historic first black Speaker of the House in Virginia, Don Scott. Right. And also, let's be real clear. Don also forced Democrats in Virginia to change. He said, I'm the Speaker, how you raise money, how we going to spend money, how we going to, and he challenged a whole bunch of folks who were complacent, who said it's not going to be business as usual. Right. There was one of the candidates we had her on yesterday from Chesapeake. Casey Carnegie. What happened there? Carnegie is not Chesapeake. Carnegie's Suffolk. Looks like she's winning. That's a flip. That's a flip. That was an open seat. That was a Republican that retired. The disappointment right now is the Virgil Thornton, A.C. Cardoza seat in Hampton, which A.C. Cardoza is a black Republican, the only black Republican in the entire General Assembly.
It looks like he's winning right now. Not all the precincts.
In Hampton?
In Hampton. What's happening because remember you had Virgil on.
Right. No, I don't know what the lines are like now, but I think there's some interestingly, some overlap between that seat and when Winsome served. I think she had part of that district.
Probably right, Pocosin. It's a kind of a weird seat, but in a wave year, you would think that would have been one of the ones that flipped. But, a lot of these seats you're going to take 2 or 3 days. But still, you can already see a lot of credit has to go to Speaker Scott. Right. A lot of credit has to go to him. They raised a phenomenal amount of money, an unheard of amount of money. All of the talking about other people who raised money in Virginia for years, you're hearing about Terry McAuliffe being the Uber fundraiser. The crown goes on to the head of Don Scott in terms of fundraising in Virginia. He is the new king of fundraising in Virginia. And he should be, to me, in charge of all the strategy when you pull off a win like this at a time when you see such a wave against Democrats right now. Now he's causing a wave in the other direction.
Well, first of all, what it does is also solidify power. Win Cooney, here's the thing right there that we're looking at here. You have this race here. You have Cheryl, who was, frankly, an awful candidate in New Jersey. There were a lot of black folks who were like, yo, we didn't even hear from this woman. Right now, it's 59-39. Republicans were talking about how Jack Ciattarelli could somehow just win that state. They were hyping him up as well. Looks like he's getting his ass whooped. This is the thing right here. What you're seeing here, you're seeing a lot of Democrats who sat on their asses, who were frustrated and upset with Biden in this age. Folks did not want to support Kamala Harris. They probably learned their lesson. This is what happened when you sit your ass at home and don't vote. And so when you look at Virginia, when you look at New Jersey, when you look at these down ballot races, when you look at the pickup of those 2 statewide seats in Georgia, that's huge as well. I really believe also part of this, and the Democrats finally getting a spine in this shutdown, caused folks to say that finally y'all are showing some fight. And now you're seeing the results of what happens when folks organize on the ground, but they also show some fight.
I think the Democrats are finally showing up to the party. And I'm excited to see that. I think when we see Democrats show up, when we see young people show up, which is what we've been seeing in this election, we're seeing results like the results we're seeing tonight. We're seeing pretty much a sweep in Virginia, probably going to be a sweep in New Jersey, and a sweep in New York City as well. And what that says is that there is going to be a sweep in 2026. And so when you see young people show up to the party, when you see Democrats show up and wake up, I think that we see winning. And I think that's the inspiration that the Democratic Party has been lacking for the last few years.
Marcus, when in Texas, when Beto O'Rourke ran against Greg Abbott for governor, 75% of voters, 1,300 did not vote. What you see happening in New York City, I can't wait to see when the numbers come in, but in the primary, massive number of young voters. That's also what happens when you learn how to communicate on the issues. All these Democrats who've been crapping on Zoran Mamdani, to me, they're stupid. What they should have been doing is studying how he ran, how he communicated, and how he messaged to a population that sat out elections, and they're showing what happens when you talk their language, they're going to back you.
The words for tonight are compassion and ambition, and that is what the voters have been looking for forever. They want somebody who's going to fight for them and somebody who has a plan. And Zoran Mamdani, from day one of his campaign, has demonstrated that I've got a plan, I know specifically what I want to do, and I know who I want to fight for. I want to fight for you. I want to fight to make sure your costs are lower, to make sure your rent is lower, to make sure your kids go to school in a safe neighborhood. Those are the things that everybody wants, and the voters responded to that. And I think you also saw, even from a more centrist lean, candidates in Virginia and New Jersey also pick up that tenor. We're going to focus on the bread and butter issues. We're going to say that we're good managers, that we have ambition to do good for the people, and I think the results bear that.
No, the next couple of days we're going to be talking about these 2 studies that came out with these Democrats who are frankly pitching DLC 2.0 about centrism. And here's what they don't understand. David Axelrod, David Plouffe, and the rest of these people, and that is this here. There's no one way to run as a Democrat. You have to run based upon your district, based upon your state, and that's how you do it. The reality is, Mamdani is not the future of the Democratic Party. He's going to be the mayor of New York City. That's right. Spanberger is not the future of the Democratic Party. She ran her race a certain way in Virginia. Cheryl the same way. I think it is stupid when you listen to these silly-ass, largely white strategists who talk about let's run from identity politics and these things, who don't understand
What you need are candidates who are effectively communicating with their base, and they turn their base out. That's how you win. Stop trying to chase folk who ain't voting for you.
Absolutely.
You know, the other thing,
I'm going on 1 second. 1 second. I'm going to Nola. Hold on.
Every election is local, right? And what Spanberger did, especially in Virginia, two things that I want to say. I want to shout out Natalie Porter, who is Louise Lucas's granddaughter, who put that work in. And when I say to you that black women stumped for Abigail Spanberger, 1,000%, that is what was happening in the background. You may not see it every day. You may not hear it every day. But black women were in the background doing that work for Abigail Spanberger. And then secondly, you have her running in Virginia. You have Quantico. You have Langley. You were talking about a woman with a deep national security bench with the CIA background. And I know Greg, he gonna wince and he gonna do all them things over there. But my point is,
rather have her than
but my point is, she understood.
she the feds. I mean,
my point is, she understood the assignment in Virginia. Was it a little boring? Was it a little quiet? But was she saying the things that are happening regarding national security and foreign policy in our country are crazy? These are not how things are done. You know, in terms of that centrism. Do you want a governor who has access to a huge infrastructure of national security in Virginia that is going to be able to have her kind of hand on the steering wheel a little bit? Obviously, she's not the president of the United States, but it is one of those situations where the national security community is saying, okay, we want someone who is thinking logically. We don't want someone who's doing extrajudicial killings in Venezuela. You know, we want someone who's thinking carefully about not only what's happening domestically, but in the rest of the world.
But here,
Spanberger's going to do. Nobody's clue about what Spanberger's going to do.
No, but here's the thing.
Revealed it.
But here's the thing here, Julian. When we talk about Virginia, Doge, the cuts, huge. Republicans, look, they followed Donald Trump down this path, and they're going over a hill. It impacted the economy in Virginia. It's impacted the economy in Maryland. And the bottom line is, when you start talking about jobs, you're screwing up homes. You're talking about so many different factors. And so Donald Trump and their stupid decisions in the last first 9 months, they actually made it a lot easier for Democrats to campaign to beat Republicans in New Jersey, in Virginia, and I think you're going to see it showing up other states as well.
Absolutely. I mean, we have not paid enough attention to the economic reverberations of this shutdown, to the 1.5 million people who are either furloughed or don't have checks. Not only that, this man came in saying what? He's going to make life easier for people. You know, I've got to make a trip next week, and can I get on the plane? Will the plane land? People are making those kind of decisions all the time. The folks just called me and said, you want to do it via Zoom, but we ain't going to pay you. I said, no, I'll be there. But in any case, the other piece is the younger people do not care about the labels that older people are using. So when Republicans don't get their way, they call you a communist. But there's no such thing as communists in the United States. It's not even a Democratic Socialist Party. I mean, there is DSA, it's an organization. So you don't get your way, you start calling people communists.
And even if you're the most conservative Democrat, they still gonna call you a communist.
Precisely.
It don't even matter.
But you know, younger people don't care about that. If you're old and white, you 80 and you white, the word communist, oh shoot, the Russians are coming.
Right.
But if you're 30 and you say communist, it's like whatever.
But you have to speak to, again, affordability. Housing, jobs, health care, those are the critical issues. And again, I think the learning curve here, again, I'm going to keep saying this, because trust me, I guarantee you, all these white Democratic strategists are going to be running their mouths on CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, and the rest of them, coming up with all kind of other reasons, talking about, oh, it was centrism.
Right.
No, you have to look at each individual race in a completely different way, and how does a person appeal to those voters? And I still say, you have to drive base voters. This election right here is about base voters. And I think what happened was these candidates realized, you know what? If I don't pay attention to who our people are, then I definitely don't have a shot. Spanberger ain't the most exciting candidate in the world. But you're right. Disciplined campaign. Yeah. Then when you look at how the campaign was run, in terms of what touch points you have there. Now, in the case of Cheryl, she's winning there. New Jersey's a very blue state, but the caution there is you still are going to have to fix some problems that she had there, because what you don't want to do is act like you can ignore black voters and others, because next year in the midterm election, you're going to need a bigger turnout next year, because you got U.S.
A lot of this is Trump, though. This is a 2017 cycle.
Of course.
I mean, so this is a 2017 cycle once again when Virginia swept in 2017.
Well, it's Trump, but it's also Trump policies.
It's Trump, big time.
Yeah,
big time.
But the thing is this, black folk won Virginia tonight for those candidates. Spanberger, I'm looking at exit poll data from another network. Spanberger lost 63% of white men. Only won 52% of white women, but carried 85% of black men and almost 94% of black women.
Exactly.
That turned black voters had to be through the roof, you know, to offset that massive
but
white
here's
loss.
the deal. Yeah. What you just described there, is exactly what how Obama won. You're not going. Listen, white men are going to vote for Republicans. Right. They're going to vote for Republicans. White women, 53% are going to vote for Republicans. But the way to win is you have got to do 85, 90% black men, black women. You've got to lower the Republicans' numbers when it comes to Hispanic voters. That's actually the Obama coalition. The real problem, and everybody keep talking about, how Kamala Harris lost. The bottom line is this here. She lost that race because Joe Biden wouldn't get his ass out of the race. I mean, and the people around Joe Biden just could not accept the fact that being president also means being physical. It means that watching you as a candidate. And so they prolonged that and made it much more difficult. I think what you're going to see is what happened tonight. You're going to see, I think, even stronger, because this is going to put wind behind the sails of a lot of the candidates running next year, and they're going to understand how you have to run. One of the folks who spends lots of time on the ground on these very issues is Latasha Brown, co-founder of Black Voters Matter. Latasha, when you look at the results tonight, when you look at black turnout in Virginia, we're looking at numbers in New Jersey. We're looking at, of course, we're looking at the Supreme Court retention races in Pennsylvania. Andre Dickens reelected as mayor of Atlanta tonight. We're also looking at those two statewide seats in Georgia, won by Democrats as well. Just your thoughts of what you're seeing tonight, specifically with black voters.
You know, I think that black voters are coming out. What we're seeing is they're coming out in high numbers in an election that is not necessarily like in Georgia. In the ticket, in the state election in Georgia, at the top of the ticket, there were two public service commissions, like the most unknown, most unsexy position in terms of running. That those were leading the ticket. And people came out. Why? Because they did make a connection. That there was a connection around the utility bills have gone up 33% in the last 5 years, and that those seats that are traditionally been held by Republicans, both of those seats are flipping. That the state of Georgia actually flipped those seats, which is a big deal, particularly in a race and an election where you don't have a real competitive statewide ticket. I think what you're seeing in Virginia, I think the fact that the majority of black women overwhelmingly voted. I think you're absolutely correct around when we're looking at this election cycle. I think it's a precursor of what we can see and what will happen in 2026 if we continue to actually keep the momentum. While some of this I do believe are about some of the issues that people are facing, because right now it's pretty intense. We've got 42 million people around the country that don't have access to SNAP, right? And SNAP benefits. We've got hundreds of thousands of people who were laid off just this week for what many of us know as good paying jobs. There are 300,000 black women who have been laid off federal jobs and others. And so what you're seeing is there's a certain level, I think, of economic anxiety that is going on that is making people really think about kitchen issues, kitchen table issues. They're thinking about costs. They're thinking about the economy. But let me also say that the right always goes too far. They always take racism a step too far that remind people, like I think in their effort to be the dog whistle, what they're not understanding is we also hear that whistle too. And we have to respond. And I think what we're seeing tonight is we're seeing people respond. I think a couple of things. I think the theme of the night is People want change, and I think people are not as stupid as folks think that they are. You know, when you're looking at the attacks, we saw all kind of attacks across the board. You know, even in Virginia, folks had the nerves and the audacity to actually talk about that race as in some way, I heard some Republicans in some way, that this black woman wasn't given given a right chance. When the fact of the matter is, the black community just held her accountable. She got held accountable that if you're going to align yourself with MAGA, if you're going to align yourself in a moment that we're seeing federal contracts by black businesses be cut off, when you're aligning yourself with we're seeing HBCUs and other black institutions being attacked, then what we're going to do is we're not going to support you. That it also, I think, gives I think it also sets in tone that black voters, and we say this often, are far more sophisticated than what white pundits believe that we are. We're very clear around voting, and when we vote, the part of the reason why we vote in the block, not just because someone is black, we saw that in Virginia tonight. We actually saw that in one of the people that lost, a Republican, one of the people that lost in Georgia was a black man.
Hey, Latasha, you talk about the Georgia races. This is the first statewide win for Democrats in any non-federal race since 2006. That's big.
That is significant. I mean, I think that is also a reflection on the voters, but it's also a reflection of, you know, I heard one of your guests say earlier, like, we've got to get outside of these boxes. We're looking at politics like people are in a big Super Bowl game, that you're on the blue team or you're on the red team. No, people are on the how I'm going to take care of me and my family team. That's what people are on. And so I think we're going to start seeing some changes. And I do think that young people, what I'm really excited about is that all across the board, we're actually seeing numbers that young people came out to vote across the board. I think that's the driving force, I think, of what we're going to see in the outcome in New York tonight and some of the other races. So it's key and critical for us to understand that as we go forward, one, that we're going to have to keep on the issues, that we'll have to organize the issues. Two, it does matter what candidate that you have, a candidate that people can connect to. Mm-hmm. But then the third thing is I do believe that there is a referendum around and a message around this MAGA has gone too far. That people are also frustrated, upset, and responding to that. I can't go to the grocery store without people stopping me in the aisle asking me, what can I do? What can I do? And so I think this is a moment that people are starting to pay attention. And I believe this is only the beginning of what I am hoping will be a series of wins where people push back on what is happening in this country.
Absolutely. Latasha Brown, co-founder of Black Voters Matter. We appreciate you joining us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate it. All right, here's the other thing, folks, that I think that we cannot ignore. When you see the actions of these thug ICE folks, no question. Mm-hmm. When you see, when they drag this woman out of her car, where they crashed to her car in Chicago,
right?
Drag her out of her car by her feet, arrest her, and now trying to charge her, and they cause the accident. I think when you see all of those videos, when you see that, it's a cumulative effect of overreach. And when Donald Trump says, I could send the U.S. Navy into a city. He said, I could do whatever I want. I think, to the point Latasha just made there, I believe that also impacts voters by saying, hold up, you know what? We got to stop these son of a bitches.
Right.
Because they have truly lost their minds. And I think that those actions have woken up a lot of folks who were dormant and who were making excuses, who now realize, you know what? The other side, they going to vote. We better get off our behinds and vote too.
Yeah, I wish, Roland, that some of these Republicans would take a page out of Dick Cheney's book. You know, I hated him. I talked about him like a dog. But he basically redeemed himself when he endorsed Kamala Harris.
Well, first of all, he didn't redeem himself. I'll get that he died today. I give him credit, but he didn't redeem himself.
Okay, but it was the one.
I appreciate what he did. I appreciate what he said about Trump. But I ain't forget that he was Darth Vader.
No,
go ahead.
No, he was definitely Darth Vader, and he was a horrible human being from a policy perspective. However, his endorsement.
The broke clock is right twice. But go ahead.
But his endorsement of Harris should remind Lil Mike Johnson that there's something bigger than his fealty to that man.
Right. But the thing here, when I see again, we're just gonna blow up votes. Damn, really knowing whether or not the folks are drug dealers. Yeah. We just gonna blow them up because we can.
Right.
We gonna send in ICE because we can. We gonna send in National Guard because we can.
Right.
That to me is where the overreach comes in, And I think a lot of people going out, this is some bullshit.
But that's what Cheney.
This is where I believe those social media videos over and over and over again are saying, oh, so you think you can do whatever you want. So these statewide Republicans, these local Republicans, oh, y'all agreeing with that? Okay, y'all gonna pay the price as well.
But see, that's what, here's the thing. So it's so funny to me because when I think about how these people in the administration probably thought they were going to be the cool kids, and once again, to their chagrin, you are not the cool kids, right? So you think that you can go out into the world and you can do the thing that you want to do, and people are going to go along with it, right? That is not what's happening. It is the complete opposite of that. You not only have domestic pushback, you have global pushback. You have the UN making its first statement, actually calling it illegal, and that is important. Although the Trump administration does not care about procedures and laws and norms, there's a large swath of the world that still does. So the UN weighed in and they said this is illegal. So it's not just Democratic congressional folks. It's not just folks like me. The UN has said these killings are illegal. We need proof. We had a situation where Dems weren't even welcome into the briefing so they could get information about these killings. Like, everything about this is shady as hell, right? And the last thing that I want to say, that we're talking about all of these badass, ridiculous policies. I want people to understand. When Kamala lost, black women, we kind of like went internally and we said, what are we going to do? How are we going to do it? I need people to understand that Abigail Spanberger winning tonight was strategic. I need people to get that, right? I need people to understand that black women are moving very differently. You're not just going to get our boat out of duty. We are moving more like a lobby. What are you going to do for us? And how are these 300,000 plus black women going to get back to work?
Michael, the thing that, again, when I look at terms of actions of the administration, when Trump says, I'm going to withhold money from Democrat states, and it's going to red. His actions against Canada are destroying Las Vegas, destroying tourism. Aaron Ford, a brother who's Attorney General, is running for governor of Nevada. If I'm Aaron Ford, I'm saying every day, Donald Trump has killed the economy of this state. Nevada voted for Trump. My deal is next year, the states that voted for him, look at Iowa. There's a reason Joni Ernst ain't running for re-election. Their economy has been tanked because of the tariffs and other policies. And so to me, he's handing you a gift by his crazy policies. And the problem is every Republican has to defend his policies because they're afraid to piss him off. That's the opening for Democrats to win. We see it tonight, and I think we're going to see it next year.
Well, when our Republican friends do their postmortem over the next few days, their conversations are going to be quite interesting. Because I get what Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance wanted to do was get as much done as possible before the midterms. That was a goal because they were worried because history says you're going to lose the House or potentially the Senate. And so, but as you and what's the black voter lady's name? Latasha, my cousin, sorry, had mentioned that, look, when you do that kind of overreach, which they did, you're going to pay a price. And that's what's showing up tonight. And it's going to show up in 26. It doesn't matter how much redistricting people do. This race in 26 is going to be redistricting proof. Proof. So because of that, it's not really going to matter. And when you always talk about our party, my party, we're the leaders. This is all about the people now. They're not waiting for leaders to tell them what to do. People are doing stuff on their own. That's why races are all independent. Everything, politics are local. And people are running their race what's best for them.
Mustafa, again, when I look at issues, to Michael's point, Republicans were thinking, let's get it all done for the midterms. Here's the problem. After tonight, they're going to say, we're going to need to pull back on some stuff because what they do not want is a wipeout a year from now. You're talking about potentially they could lose the Senate seat in Maine. Ossoff, after this race tonight, Ossoff is stronger in Georgia. They couldn't even convince Brian Kemp to run, the governor, against him. You've got Democrats could win that seat in Iowa, okay? Retain the seat in Nevada. Guess what? If Paxton beats Cornyn in the primary in Texas, they are vulnerable in the primary, and all the polling shows James Tallarico is great. I sent his ass a text a couple months ago, said, bro, run for governor. He chose to run for Senate. He can't beat Jasmine Crockett. Okay? So you're going to have that very interesting race. And for all these Democrats who keep shitting on Jasmine Crockett, hugely popular. Her polling numbers are on an Obama level among black people. Black folks are going to vote in Texas. Then you talk about Roy Cooper, the former governor in North Carolina. Democrats could pick up 3 to 4 United States Senate seats, could win anywhere from 15, 20 seats in the House. And so I think Republicans are going to step back and say, yeah, we may want to pull back on a lot of this stuff because the last thing they want to do is get absolutely wiped out next year.
Well, let's just first say that Jasmine is real and authentic and a fighter, and that's what people are looking for. People are also sick and tired of being sick and tired. We heard Fannie Lou Hamer say that. When you see black children being zip-tied in Chicago on the corner in the middle of the morning, that resonates with folks, right? When you see folks who are struggling to be able to eat, that resonates with folks. It also feeds that blue wave that we see playing out tonight. And, you know, when we see folks who don't have the health care that they need or the insurance that they need, all these things are cumulative, as you talked about earlier, and they begin to make that push. So if Republicans don't get their act together, it's going to be a very difficult time for them, and I'm not concerned with that. I am concerned about the accountability for the black community for the new folks who are coming in. So we have to push folks to actually do the right thing.
I want to go to Virginia. Brittany Noble standing there in Richmond, Virginia. Brittany, you have, of course, Spanberger winning governor's race, Jay Jones winning the attorney general's race. Lauren, what about the lieutenant governor race? What is that looking like? Okay. So Democrats swept all those races. So now what you have, Brittany, Democrats have a trifecta. They control the House, they control the Senate, and they control the governor's mansion in Virginia. I take it the folks right now at that convention center feel real good tonight.
Oh, the party got started here very early, Roland, that the race for Attorney General is considered one of the most competitive here in Virginia. It features incumbent Republican Jason Mears hoping to fend off spirited challenger, Democratic challenger Jay Jones, who has seen his campaign undermined by that leak of text messages. Everyone here celebrating with Abigail Spanberger. It's a historical night here in Virginia, of course. She is the 75th governor-elect of the state. Spanberger said tonight that voters sent a message to America about what voters want the most. She thanked her family, her parents. She said that they taught her to whom much is given, much is required. She also thanked her opponent, the state's lieutenant governor, Winsome Earl Sears. She would have become the state's first governor, actually the first black woman in U.S. history ever elected to the governor's mansion. Democrat Abigail Spanberger is the wife and the mother of 3. She's a 3-term congresswoman and a former CIA officer. She campaigned on the growing anti-Trump energy all across the country. Key to her platform are vows to lower living costs, to protect women's health care rights, and to restore, quote, decency and stability to politics. Virginians are also choosing their next lieutenant governor, their next attorney general, and holding elections for all 100 seats here in the State House of Delegates. Spanberger said that this is all about what comes next, working to improve the lives of Americans, lowering the costs, and keeping everyone safe. She said she will not stand by while workers in her state are being attacked. We will continue following all things that are happening here at Spanberger's election headquarters. Like I said, the party got started here early. You can see that people are actually starting to trickle out of this area because, of course, they've been celebrating with Spanberger.
Brittany, can you hear me? Okay, all right, so let me know when I can talk to Brittany. Brittany, I appreciate that. Thanks a bunch. Folks, we have been looking at, again, these other races. Let me go here. We know there also was an election in Houston. Of course, we had the governor of Texas, being the asshole that he is, would not call for a special election for the death of Congressman Sylvester Turner, who replaced, of course, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. And so the problem there is nothing was happening in that particular race. And so we're looking at that one to see what's going on. And again, that special election, you had a number of candidates who were running in that particular race. And so we'll be looking at that in just a second. Let me also look at Of course, we're going to be looking at a couple of races out of Mississippi. There were a couple of special elections there. Republicans were ordered by federal courts to change the maps in Mississippi. And so you may have a couple of African Americans win seats in Mississippi as well. So it's a whole lot that we're looking at. The moment we're going to be joined by Melanie Campbell, National Coalition of Black Civic Participation, Glenda Heights, Glenda Carr, Howard Heights is going to be joining us as well. So there's lots we're going to break down. So let's do this here. Let's go to a quick break. You're watching us, our election coverage right here. Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. Black Votes Matter. Back in a moment.
Election night 2025. Black Votes Matter. Join Roland Martin and an expert panel of guests for the realest and blackest election night coverage in the nation, focused on the issues that matter to you and our community. Watch Roland Martin Unfiltered, Tuesday night, November 4th, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern for the latest updates and election results from critical races around the country. Black Star Network, the voice of Black America. Black-centered.
If in this country right now, you have people get up in the morning, and the only thing they can think about is how many people they can hurt, and they got the power, that's the time for mourning.
For better or worse, what makes America special, it's that legal system that's supposed to protect minorities from the tyranny of the majority.
We are at a point of a moral emergency. We must raise a voice of outrage. We must raise a voice of compassion. And we must raise a voice of unity.
We are not in a crisis of party versus party. We are in a crisis of civilization, a human rights crisis, and a crisis of democracy itself. And guess what? You've been chosen to make sure that those that would destroy, those that would hate, don't have the final say, and they don't ultimately win.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
An angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear. Network Election Night 2025 coverage. Go to my iPad. We've been watching the 18th congressional race in Houston, and Harris County Attorney Christian Menifee is on top. Let's go. Go to my iPad. Let's go. Okay. Well, I'm looking at it right here. Christian Menifee, 32.4%. Amanda Edwards, former council member. She's run multiple times for this. 25.2%. State Representative Jelana Jones, 18.9%. This is a huge upset because Jones, well-known, former HISD school board member, former city council member, state rep, very popular, got lots of time when they walked out the Texas chamber. On the ground, very active, involved. Again, coming in third. That is very surprising in the 18th congressional district. And you're talking about Menifee It said with 12,599 votes, Amanda Edwards 9769, Jones 7342. Now remember, this is the 18th district. They're only going to serve for 1 year. Well, depending upon the Supreme Court likely is going to allow Texas to have those maps. And so that means this district gets completely obliterated next year. They moved, Congressman Al Green moved his home literally into the 18th district. So he'll probably be running for this seat. So this person is only going to serve for the next year. That still is a huge upset coming out of Texas. They also, of course, have a number of other statewide races. You got school races going on there as well. And then, of course, that is interesting. You got these HISD school races, but the state controls the state controls the school district. So it's not like they actually going to be in control of the school district. Plus, you've got some constitutional amendments happening in Texas. So we can look at some other states as well. Go ahead.
I was going to say he still has to get over 50% to avoid a runoff election.
Yeah, but the fact that Menifee and Edwards are 1 and 2 again, that I can tell you right now, that's an upset right there. We're looking at again other races that are coming down. Again, I told y'all what's happening out of Mississippi. Let me give me a second. Let me see what's happening in Detroit. You've got Mary Sheffield. Who is girl? Stop over here.
She went. What was she doing? What's going on with Mary?
Well, you just hold the hell on.
I'm just curious.
Pull it up. Calm yourself down. Here we go to my iPad. Detroit gets its first black female mayor. Mary Sheffield will be the mayor of Detroit. Of course, she is the granddaughter of founding pastor Horace Sheffield, very well known there. Her father, Horace Sheffield, as well. And so I'm sure he is ecstatic tonight about that. Y'all be sure to double check to see if you're live from her victory party to see if we can hear from her as well. And so that race, as I said, in Atlanta, it was an easy win for Andre Dickens, elected. Oh my God, that was a blowout. First of all, hold on a second. Don't go to me just yet. Let me click Atlanta elections here. Yeah, that was a blowout. Yeah, that was a blowout. Damn. Look at this here, y'all. My God. Andre Dickens got 85% of the vote. Eddie Meredith got 6% of the vote. That's an absolute blowout in Atlanta right there as well. Matter of fact, if you combine the second, third, and fourth candidates, they barely get 6,000 votes, and he got 37,536 out of 44,000 voes.
What does that tell you about turnout, Ro? I mean, rather than percentage, that's a low number of people voting.
Well, when you talk about Atlanta, what you've seen over the last, remember you had a runoff with Keisha Lance Bottoms in the last race. Dickens won, and you had turnout that went anywhere from 16 to 25%. And of course that's one of the issues there. Atlanta also, we talk about, remember the story came out no longer being, majority black, but I think that's also, frankly, a misnomer people need to understand, because we talk about the metro area. The reality is black folks have completely changed the other counties beyond Fulton County. That's right. And see, that's the thing that everybody keeps focusing on, how Atlanta has changed. To me, it's what happened to Atlanta is very similar to here in Washington, D.C. And so you can say Washington, D.C. was Chocolate City, but black folks who were here in Washington, D.C. have changed Prince George's County. They've changed Montgomery County. And so they changed Loudoun County. They've changed other counties in Virginia. And so that's something that you have to look at in terms of now black folks are winning in the other counties beyond DeKalb County. Melanie Campbell, National Coalition of Black Civic Participation, joins us right now. This has been... This has been an interesting year, Melanie, for a lot of black organizations. There were a lot of people who obviously were frustrated and upset with what took place last year, and no limit upon early in terms of how people were moving as well. People were asking, where were the black folks at the No Kings rally? And black people were like, well, white folks, y'all need to show up. We ain't got to always show up at the rallies. Just your assessment.
We showed up at the ballot box.
What's my whole point? My whole point is everybody kept saying, well, whether at the rally, we're like, no, we'll be there November 3rd. We ain't got to be November 4th. We ain't got to be there. the previous Sunday. Just give us a sense of what you have been seeing, hearing, feeling this year all across the country. What have your folks been saying?
Well, it's been a hell of a year. It's just straight up. It's been a hell of a year. Black folks are catching hell in a lot of ways, but we also were being strategic. And for black women, I heard the sister talking earlier, we kind of retreated, but we didn't stop strategizing. We just changed how we were doing it. And so when you look at the Virginia race, I can't wait to get to where you break down those numbers when they say 90% of black people voted for the new incoming governor. Break those numbers down, right? And you can see that gender gap between black women and white women. And I can pretty much predict what that's going to look like. So when it comes down to what the Democrats need to look at, and I heard you talking earlier, get real serious about, okay, we showed up, and you're going to have to show up for us, and we're going to have to really, really play a different kind of a game. Some of the things that happened earlier in Virginia, I live in the Commonwealth of Virginia, we're going to have to address some things. Okay? Because how these folks got in office tonight, and the fact that a lot of folks abandoned Jones, totally abandoned him, and the Attorney General race, and for the Democrats to understand that you need the Attorney General seat.
Right.
If we don't know that over the past year, how important an state Attorney General is in the race.
Him winning, he got 4 years to say, y'all got to kiss my ass.
Yeah, well, the thing about it is,
he ain't got to say it. He ain't got to say it. We can
say it for him.
That's right.
So, Ro, at the end of the day.
Hold on, but while we're also going on, this is out of Pittsburgh, the Republican mayor, Corey O'Connor, elected mayor there, beating Republican Tony Marino in Pittsburgh. So again, it's a rough night for MAGA all across the country.
All the way.
Looking at New York, it's interesting because the race soldiers responded apparently to Donald Trump's call. They have abandoned Curtis Sliwa. Mamdani does have 50% of the vote. We got about 70% of the vote in. The race soldiers in Staten Island, of course, are going to do what they do. But Mamdani looks like he's going to win. But maybe that last call did because they desperate, man.
Yeah, but
they left Sliwa and went to Joe Cuomo.
But here's the deal here. I mean, when you look at these numbers right here, go to my iPad. Mamdani 782,403 votes. Cuomo 646,951. Sliwa 120,476. From the percentages alone, Mamdani winning almost 8 to 9%. So that's actually in line with what the polling was actually saying.
But remember, Sliwa was going about
and another thing is this here. Mamdani has been under a vicious assault. You literally had a Republican from that racist Andy Ogle out of Arizona who posted a video of planes flying into the saying don't vote for Mamdani. I mean, they went low. The attacks on
way low.
They called him communist, socialist. They said he's going to bring Sharia law. I mean, you had billionaires, Bill Ackman. He has faced withering assault since winning the primary, and they've been doing everything, and he's sitting there going, but I still beat y'all ass.
No question. Do they have another play?
Oh,
the Republicans. And I'm saying that for this reason.
No, they ain't got no play.
What LaTosha said was very true. They have overplayed their hand, but they've also said, if you're not with us, not only are you a communist or so, they're saying you're a Democrat.
Why are you talking?
So the whole idea that people say I'm not a Democrat, but I'm not with y'all, so I guess I'm a Democrat. I'm just wondering.
We're going to go live in Virginia in a second because Jay Jones, as well as Oshkosh, the lieutenant governor candidate, are going to be coming to the stage to give their victory speeches as well. And so just let y'all know that.
Right.
But here's the deal: what the Republicans are trying to do is they are trying to position, and they tried it, but here's why it's not going to work. They've spent the last 7 months saying Mamdani is the future of the Democratic Party.
Right.
It's going to be hard now to say that on the same night that Cheryl wins, that Spanberger wins.
That's right.
That the Democrat in Pittsburgh wins, that Dickens wins. So if tomorrow, if I'm Schumer, and if I'm Jeffries, if I'm Ken Martin, if I'm any Democrat, First of all, what I'm saying is, I'm saying the Tom Suozzi and the other Democrats, shut the fuck up.
That's right.
Shut up. And what you say is, you rattle off every Democrat who has won and all around the country and say, so-and-so, 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 and so-and-so. That's the future Democratic Party, because we're going to jump in. Because they want to put it on one person, trying to brand it. To me, that's how you counter that and say, no, look at all these wins across the country.
The future of the Democratic Party is diversified, right? What we're seeing here that is the underlying theme, Christian Menefee, 37 years old, right? Mondami, 34 years old. Mary Sheffield, 37 years old. We're seeing youth is taking back and reinvigorating the Democratic Party. So there is no one way that the Democratic Party looks. We see Spanberger won. She was a moderate. We're seeing Mondami's going to win. He was a liberal, if they want to call him a socialist, etc. But what we are seeing is that young people are reinvigorating and are the lifeblood of the Democratic Party, and that's what needs to continue. AP called it.
But here's the thing, Mustafa, again. I'm talking about from a strategic standpoint. If I'm Ken Martin, if I'm Schumer, if I'm Jeffries, New York is the media capital of the world, okay? So it's real easy to get on the national shows in New York. But if I'm Ken Martin, what I'm doing right now, I'm putting out graphics saying, this is the future of the Democratic Party, Sheffield. This is the future of the Democratic Party, so-and-so. Because, again, that's going to be their play. All right? Oh, Republicans. Oh, yeah. Because their whole deal is they have to scare white people.
Do you think the Democrats are going to go? I mean, Schumer did not endorse.
That's fine. His whole deal.
I'm just saying. You think
no.
New York?
They smart.
They're pretty stupid.
I ain't saying they smart. What I'm saying is, when Mustafa come back to you. The thing is, you do this because if you show these are all our wins, you're enforcing, we won here, saying we didn't just win one mayoral race on Tuesday night, we won 10 races on Tuesday night.
Yeah, you're showing folks that everybody has a seat in the Democratic Party. Whether you're moderate, centrist, progressive, no matter who it is, there's a place for you here. And that's power. Because everybody then can see themselves, based upon their set of values, finding an on-ramp into the Democratic Party.
All right, right now at the stage, first of all, we got our feed, we got, do we have it? Speaker of the House, Don Scott of Virginia speaking. Go live.
Our Democratic caucus who worked with us to make this happen. I have to thank the leader of our campaign team, Dan Helmer. Where's Dan? Dan Helmer helped deliver tonight. Not only did we keep the majority in the House tonight, I think we at 57 seats right now. And we're not done counting. We're trying to keep going and keep going and keep going. As y'all know, when you do this, you never do it alone. I want to thank the great partners that we had from across the country who came in and helped us raise money and speak to voters. I want to thank my friend Rahm Emanuel, the former chief of staff to President Obama. I want to thank the governor of Maryland who came in and spent countless hours here, Governor Westmore. I want to thank all of the organizations that work with us, DLCC and the States Project. I want to thank Labor who came out and knocked doors and did the work for us. And finally, I want to just say, only in America can someone like me, who came from my background, raised by a single mom, had my ups and downs, like many of you, bounce back and end up being back as the Speaker of the House here in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and we're going to continue to do it. I want to thank y'all. Y'all have a great night. Let's get to work now. Let's get to work.
Folks, that was Don Scott, the first black Speaker of the House in Virginia. Huge, huge win. When we talk about, I love when you talk about future stars, that's one right there. We talk about somebody, a Texas A&M graduate, He plays the mighty Pi Omicron chapter, Alpha Phi Alpha.
You know we gotta go there.
Mike, I want to let you know.
I already knew.
The mighty Pi Omicron chapter.
I'm aware of it. I'm aware of the chapter. I'm aware of the chapter.
Same chapter that produced my brother and myself. Just want to let you know. The mighty Pi Omicron.
I'm very aware of it.
Yes, that's what it is, Michael. Just let you know, Michael. But again, if I'm Ken Martin, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying tomorrow that here you had the Speaker of the House in Virginia who went to federal prison, served time for drugs, got his rights back, became a lawyer, and came back to become the Speaker of the House. I'm saying that's the future of the Democratic Party. I'm saying Mary Sheffield, that's the future Democratic Party. I'm saying O'Connor in Pittsburgh, that's the future Democratic Party. I'm rattling those names off. It would be dumb. And then I would say, guess what? People who won last night, centrists won. Liberals won.
That's right.
Progressives won. Melanie, you go the gamut.
Yeah, because it can be what you talked about earlier.
Y'all ain't gonna pigeonhole me. We're gonna come back to this point. Here is the Lieutenant Governor-elect of Virginia speaking right now.
Thank you. You look amazing tonight. Virginia looks amazing tonight. Well, good evening, Virginia. Tonight, together, we have carved a new historic path. Tonight, Virginia, we have pointed our compass in a direction that guides us to the future while also building out our roots on our collective embrace of decency, dignity, and dedication. Virginia has chosen leadership that lifts up people instead of tearing them down. And together we have proven that in Virginia, a child's name, a family's personal struggles, and a community's identity are not barriers to belonging. I am so incredibly honored and humbled to stand before you as Virginia's Lieutenant Governor-elect. But as we all know, this moment of success is not mine alone. It belongs to every Virginian who believes that our politics must be more hopeful, more inclusive, and focused on solving problems instead of scoring points on the backs of other people's pain. It belongs to every parent who aspires to strong educational opportunities for their children. It belongs to all of our workers whose labor deserves respect and dignity. It belongs to the countless young people who refuse to sit on the sidelines and instead are charting a path forward through talent and skill, ingenuity and determination. My own journey from a young child landing at the airport in Savannah to now being elected as the first Muslim woman to achieve statewide office. The first Muslim woman to achieve statewide office, not just in Virginia, but in the entire country. And this was possible because of the depth and the breadth of the opportunities made available in this country and in this Commonwealth. And I want to reflect just briefly on that journey from a childhood in Georgia to an educator's life in Virginia's college classrooms to state government representing the Richmond area in the state Senate and now this statewide position. I first was compelled to run for office because I wanted to respond rather than quietly observe the targeting and the scapegoating of marginalized communities. I decided to run for public office because no one in this country should be made to feel as though they are not welcome in their neighborhoods or in their own communities. Now I know that many of us feel as though the nation is in the midst of challenges that are much deeper and more intense than those we have faced before, and that it will take us generations to repair. But let us not forget that the challenges we endure today are not entirely new, and they can be navigated. We have been grappling with profound questions of our national identity, our nation's history, and its complex legacies for centuries. This nation has not merely endured, but it has risen from every crisis through introspection, resolution, and determination. And tonight, we've taken another step forward. Tonight, today's elections and the voices of hundreds of thousands of voters tell us that we are ready to define a new path. We are investing in the future. We're building a commonwealth in which every child receives a high-quality education and is able to build a life and a career right here in Virginia. And we're charting a path forward to ensure we have access to affordable health care, child care, and housing. And we will define...
There are rumors. Okay, so you know...
Michael. All right, folks, we're back. Again, huge win, the Lieutenant Governor. Come on, Michael, come sit down. Come on, sit down. Yeah, messing with my camera. Come on. Still making us get out in the camera. See, I'm just saying. All right, there. So, folks who don't know, Lauren, give us a little background of the sister who just won Lieutenant Governor of Virginia.
She was born in India. She was a school teacher, very nice person. She's the state senator out of Richmond. She's kind of like the mild-mannered, like she calls herself the mild-mannered school teacher. She's very mild-mannered, but she will make a very stable lieutenant governor. They need that vote. It's a 21-19 Senate, very close Senate right now. They come up in 2 years, the Virginia Senate. Frankly, it's very unusual, I have to say, to see these people coming out separate. You know, again, I worked for Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax. We were all on stage at George Mason University when everybody won. To me, this is a duplication of the 2017 cycle. Everybody's out there on stage. This evening, we have a separate situation. You saw, you know, obviously Abigail comes out first and then disappears, and then we have, you know, Lieutenant Governor, and I'm sure we'll have Jay Jones at some point.
Right.
This is a reflection of the schism that happened on October 3rd when the text messages came out, quite frankly.
Right.
The party abandoned Jay Jones, which was stupid. Okay, we're watching Black Hawk helicopters land on buildings in Chicago. You need an attorney general that understands due process and the Constitution. So text messages or no text messages, people need to understand the bigger picture of these moments, of the historic moment we find ourselves in.
Well, you know,
so I do have a problem with seeing these people coming out separately when they should be all together. They all won, so there's no reason. They're all at the Marriott on Broad Street in Richmond. So this is a very interesting thing. But at any rate, that was a long answer for the Ghazala hat.
I get a kick out of these Fox News people who always got something to say. It's truly one of the dumbest. I mean, one of the dumbest. Steve, I got it, y'all. You're blocking my camera. I got it. Okay? Because I got it. I know what he's doing. I saw Michael. Baby, I see everything. I got this. Take a drink, be quiet. I got it. What I'm saying. So I'm going. I got it. So here's the deal. Michael's in a good position. Goodbye, man. So Joe Conch is one of the most dumbass people on Fox News. He's a fifth-rate hack, y'all. And so this he goes here, asking an obvious question here. How could any woman hear what Jones said about wanting his opponent's wife and young children dead and steal both of his person? And I responded, folks, Joe Connor's a dumbass. How did he vote for Trump after he said he grabbed the vagina of women? Go to hell, Joe. See, that's the whole deal here. First of all, the comments that Jay Jones made was in relation to school shootings and how Republicans respond to it.
Right.
Okay, should have said it? Hell no. I don't give a damn what to say. Well, yeah. The bottom line is that's what the context was.
The broader discussion was, what would it take for Republicans to change their mind about shootings? Didn't take Sandy Hook.
Nope.
Didn't take Uvalde. Right. That's the broad discussion.
Right.
With a close friend in a private text. Now, who in here has written something in a text that you would not necessarily want to come out publicly in a political campaign?
Right, which is why
probably all of us. Right, yeah, exactly. That is true.
I mean, we got the signal text messages too, so I don't know.
Right, he was quoting The Office. Okay, all good, whatever. The Democratic Party needs to understand how to message.
Well, no.
The Democratic Party needs to understand how to make an argument. How to make an argument.
No, Democratic Party, not messaging. Democratic Party has to get some guts.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Democratic Party forced Al Franken
out
of the Senate.
Right.
Because of a photo. He didn't even grab a breast. He mocked grabbing a breast.
Right.
Christian Gillibrand, they all lost their mind.
Right.
You got Republicans who paid for abortions, the dude in Tennessee.
Right.
Okay, still there.
Right.
You got crazy as Randy Fine down in Florida.
Yep.
Who replaced crazier Matt Gaetz. Because what it boils down to, their whole deal is power.
Right.
Absolute power.
Right.
And so that's where they screwed up. And so I guarantee you right now, Jay Jones is feeling real good as he hits the stage right now in Virginia.
Good.
Thank you, Virginia. Let me first start by thanking Jason Miyares for his service to our Commonwealth. In the weeks ahead, I look forward to sitting down with him to talk about where we can work together to do what's best for this Commonwealth. I also want to thank my family. Thank you to my rock, Mavis Jones. I would not be standing here tonight without her. And to Charles and baby Zachary, who should be asleep, please know that your father loves you with everything that I have. To my campaign manager, Rachel, and the entire campaign team, the best campaign team in politics, I say thank you. To everybody who knocked on doors, who helped get out the vote, who gave their time and their money and their effort to support this campaign. To everyone who didn't give up on this campaign, I say thank you. And to the folks who stood by us every single step of the way, Labor, we love you. To the environmental community, we love you too. And to the folks who want to protect abortion in this Commonwealth, we love you too. And I want to thank every Virginian tonight who's placed their trust in me. The weight of that trust is not lost on me at all, nor is the history that led us to this moment right here. My ancestors were slaves. My grandfather was a civil rights pioneer who braved Jim Crow. My father, my mother, my uncles, my aunts endured segregation, all so that I could stand here before you today. My father was one of the first to integrate classrooms in Norfolk, Virginia. Even as the Attorney General of Virginia tried to shut those same schools down. I know that I walk in the footsteps of those generations before me who fought and bled to guarantee the freedoms that we have in this democracy right now. And I know that it's because of all of them and all of you tonight that I am honored and ready to be your next Attorney General of Virginia. The first black person bestowed with this awesome responsibility in the history of this Commonwealth. Now, you all know this was a hard-fought campaign. But at the end of the day, this election has never been about me or my opponent. It has always been about every single one of us and the future of Virginia. And this election, this victory, is for you. And for every Virginian who is lying awake right now. Not because they're following along with these election returns, but because they're worried about their future. For themselves and for families just like mine. We have big fights ahead of us. Our Commonwealth and our country will continue to be tested. But tonight I make this pledge to every single Virginian. I will never, ever stop fighting for you. I will defend the rights of every single Virginian. I will protect our jobs, our health care, and our economy from Donald Trump's attacks. I will take on those big corporations that have controlled our politics for far too long and lower costs for Virginians once and for all. And I will always work to keep our families and our communities safe. And I will always work to protect a woman's right to an abortion here in Virginia. Donald Trump, MAGA, and those corporate special interests believe that Virginia's government should be beholden to them. But tonight we send a loud message to them and to every single person across this country. Virginia belongs to the people. Together we stand firm against the people who would take us backward. We will use tonight as a springboard to reject the politics of divisiveness and division. And we will build a brighter future for every single Virginian. That is our mission. That is our charge. Thank you so much. I look forward to the future with every single one of you. I appreciate you. May God bless every single one of you in this Commonwealth. Thank you so much.
Hi, y'all. Jay Jones, first black attorney general in Virginia. I think Jay Jones should have walked out there and literally just, channeled Della Reese from Harlem Nights. Kiss my entire ass. Because it's a bunch of folk, if I'm him, I'm cussing out.
Listen, for me, it would have been, first off, fuck your clique and the crew you claim. And I would have named names from the first 2 minutes down, from the first donor that walked to the first endorsee that walked back, and then said, listen, have fun dealing with me for the next 4 years.
I take that back. Another one should have. I'm Jay Jones, man.
Right. I mean, he owes no one nothing. All right. I mean, he can go in and
except the black folks
who stood by him.
I'll tell you, Bobby Scott really stood with him. There's a few people that really stood with him.
Lucas,
Schuyler Van Valkenburg, his buddy in the Senate. But Bobby gets a big high five. That's right. I mean, it's amazing. You find out, it's like the Liz Taylor quote about you find out who your friends are in a crisis.
Yep.
And he just found out big time who his friends are, because that was crazy. Okay. I mean, mistakes are made during campaigns all of the time. People make mistakes. You have to adjust and move on. This is where I think the Democrats could actually learn from the Republicans a little bit. They put their head down and they drive through like nobody's ever.
The issue of cohesion is not just, unfortunately, a Virginia issue. I mean, the unfortunate part is you're not going to see Hakeem Jeffries or Chuck Schumer on stage with his Zora.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
And so the fact is,
his supporters don't want them on stage with them.
But my thing is, I think we talked about earlier how a big tent is an advantage for the Democratic Party. And my thing is, we as a party have not figured out how to tolerate that big tent yet. We're too eager to throw each other on either ends of the spectrum under the bus, whereas the Republican Party has already painted themselves into a very narrow corner.
Rather look righteous and lose.
Right.
Then push forward and win.
But we've got a super majority of the country.
I think what y'all are talking about is a question of respectability politics, right? And that's an issue with the old guard, particularly within the Democratic Party. The Republicans have far abandoned respectability politics. They haven't been respectable in years. And so what we're seeing now is that we kind of have to start emulating the tactics of the winners, whoever they might be. So Jay Jones, his victory tonight, I think that should be a signaling to the rest of the Democratic Party nationwide. We cannot continue to abandon young black people who are taking the lead of this country, whether they're in the right or the wrong. This is opportunity for mentorship, right?
I also think because you think about Letitia James, right? And he needs to follow Letitia James. And he has to be strong, just like a lot of other AGs are doing, to fight this fight. Because for next year, it's going to matter who's the Attorney General, who's controlling these elections. Because these suckers are not going to go away quietly, right? And they're going to look for any opportunity to. I'm not partisan, but particular, and that's part of the reality. And if the Democrats don't get it, folks are going to make them get it.
Again,
right? That's why, I don't have to, Democrats don't be no check, right? I'm saying with Hakeem, if he wants to be the speaker, he has to also see what happened tonight and understand what they have to do if they're going to be leading this party into the future you're talking about, sister, right?
Politics,
otherwise,
is about winning.
That's right.
Here's the deal. I saw a clip last night. It was an old clip with John Madden when he coached the Raiders. He goes, the Raiders, y'all say we play dirty. And that's literally what he said. And so the whole clip was showing the Raiders clotheslining cats, hitting them out of bounds, punching them in the throat. That's they got the name. And John Madden was like, we won. Now, you can sit here and say, let's play nice, let's do the right thing. I have said this for the longest. Democrats are playing a political game with a set of rules that the other side doesn't even pay attention to.
That's right.
They are saying, we're going to box with gloves in their rule. Republicans are like, you hand me that 2x4 and that crowbar, I'll hit you in the head with a trash can. They don't operate by any rules. And so that's the whole deal. Michelle Obama, and I disagree with the moment she said it, but when they go low, we go high. I was like, nah. When they go low, punch their ass lower.
We go to hell.
They hit you lower, punch their ass lower, and you hit them harder. That's what actually has to happen. A couple of things are happening. We're going to do this here. We're going to quickly go to New Jersey. I'm going to take a little bit of Mickey Shiro, her speech in New Jersey. She won tonight. And also Christian Menifee, who came in first in the 18th race in Houston. He's holding right now. So give me a couple of minutes of Cheryl, and then we're going to come to Menifee. Go.
Government makes it impossible for you to feed your family, to get a good education, or to get a good job. So in this country, that shouldn't be too much to ask. But right now, all of it seems at risk. Governors have never mattered more. And in this state, I am determined to build prosperity for all of our citizens. And I've heard from thousands of you about what liberty and prosperity mean to you, what it's going to take for your family to thrive. So I hear you, Newark. I'm going to work with communities from the ground up so all of our neighbors thrive. I hear you, Sham, so I'm going to declare a state of emergency on day one to drive down your utility costs. I hear you, Westfield, so I'm going to make sure our kids are safe online and schools have the resources they need to address the mental health crisis. I hear you, Jersey City, so I'm going to hold government accountable, balancing individual liberty with collective responsibility, ensuring people are safe, healthy, educated, and free to pursue their dreams. I hear you, New Jersey. Good government doesn't just manage problems, it solves them. So I'm going to continue to listen and work with you to move our state forward, because I have learned so much as I've traveled our state. Our innovations, our businesses, our inventors and entrepreneurs have amazed me, but it's the people that have left the biggest mark, especially those who are fighting for prosperity for their entire communities. I was moved during my block walk in Trenton with Shanique as she spoke so passionately about the promise of her city and her neighbors despite the challenges. I love the group of young men from Monroe who've been hard at work on this campaign. They want a seat at the table, and they're ready to fight for their future.
All right, folks, that's Congresswoman Cheryl. She is the governor-elect in New Jersey. Republicans said, we got a great case for a pickup, psych. Texas Governor Greg Abbott refused to call a special election after the death of Congressman Sylvester Turner, the 18th Congressional District. That's a seat that was held by Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Also Craig Washington, Mickey Leland, Barbara Jordan, one of the most historic seats in the country. And tonight, you'll see that the top two vote getters in that race, Christian Menifee, the Harris County attorney, and former Councilwoman Amanda Edwards, 32.4% for Menifee, Amanda Edwards, 25.2% for her. Menifee joins us right now. Christian, congratulations. Does your race go to a runoff, or is it going to take off?
It goes to a runoff. Texas is one of those states that historically had racist practices of enacting a runoff system to ensure that black folks couldn't get elected to office without white folks supporting them. So we're in a runoff state, but we're feeling good, man. We are 7 points up on the next closest contender, and that's just after early vote, and we think we're going to be even stronger after election night. And I think it just shows that we have a groundswell of support, a broad, diverse coalition of people who are rocking with the campaign. And, you know, we're going to kick it tonight, but I'm looking forward to tomorrow morning getting back to it.
Here, go back to my iPad. Christian, it was a lot of folk running in this particular race. I had to zoom all the way out to get everybody on screen. Based upon different polling, folks thought that Texas State Representative Jelanda Jones was going to win this running away. How were you able to come out on top in this race?
Yeah, I've a lot of respect for State Representative Jelanda Jones. She's been a long-time public servant, and I think has shown herself to be a fighter. We ran a campaign focused on both being a fighter, but a fighter who's delivered results. In my time as county attorney, I have stood up to Greg Abbott, to Ken Paxton, to Donald Trump, and beat them in court to deliver real results to our community. And what I'm hearing from folks when I'm at their door is that they want someone who's going to fight, but they want someone who's going to win. And that's something right now that we have seen across the country that the Democratic Party is lacking. You got folks who want to talk a lot, who want to write a lot of letters, but not want to step up and really engage in whatever hand-to-hand combat is necessary to, at the end of the day, get the win and bring it back to your community. So when I go to Congress, I plan to be one of those members who's going to be aggressive. Either serving on the oversight committee or whatever avenue that's available to me to hold Trump accountable, to bring wins back to my communities, and to bring a backbone to the Democratic Party.
When is the runoff? What's the date?
The governor has to schedule it. So because this seat became vacant upon the passing of the late Representative Sylvester Turner, state law kicks in. The governor called the first round on a very delayed timeline, and so he now calls the special election. And my guess is it'll be in January, but he has not called it yet, and he probably won't until the vote is finally canvassed.
Well, hell, I hope he calls it before the new Congress is before Congress is sworn in.
Look, I mean, if he doesn't, you can bet every.
Oh, we lost his feed there. Well, again, let me know when we get Menifee back. We'd love to hear that particular answer. Also holding right now, Cliff Albright. He's the co-founder of Black Voters Matter. Cliff, always glad to have you on the show. We had Latasha earlier. Just your thoughts on what you saw tonight.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Roland. And hey to everybody that's in the room. See, you got my sister Melanie, my nephew,
All right, actually,
Marcus in there.
Cliff, hold on 1 second. We got Menifee back. I want him to finish that comment before I come back to you.
Okay.
Christian, go ahead. You were finished making your comment about what you plan to do if the governor delays calling this runoff.
I'm going to be as aggressive as possible. Back when the governor was delaying calling the runoff, I was the only candidate in the race who called on the governor of the state of Texas to call the first election to take place in June, because he had done so in a Republican district, because he said that they needed a federal representative when hurricane season approached. Now, I'm from Houston, and it ain't no place out there that's getting hit harder by hurricanes in the state of Texas than Houston. But he told the black and the brown folks in this district that we have to languish without representation. But I called on him to call that election in June, and I told him that if he did not call the election, I was going to sue him. Fast forward, you see the leader of the party in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, made a similar comment, and it kind of sparked a national conversation about how aggressive we need to get with these governors. So if the governor doesn't call it and we have any legal basis to sue, you can bet every dollar in your bank account I'm going to find a way to sue his ass so that we can hold him accountable and we can ensure that we get representation to a district that has languished without representation for almost a year.
All right, Christian Menifee, congratulations. We look forward to the runoff between you and Amanda Edwards.
Thank you very much for having me on. I appreciate it, Roland.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Cliff Albright, let's go to you. Cliff, just your thoughts, your assessment. Huge win across the board for Democrats all over the country.
Definitely. Before I talk about the big wins, I do have to, I don't want to be Debbie Downer, but I got to give the cautionary note about what you just talked on with Christian. What have we seen recently? We've seen the District 18 in Texas, right? That seat that you were just talking about, which has already been delayed because the governor refused to hold the election. We've got the Grijalva seat in Arizona, right? She's over 30-something days now, where she won that seat. Mike Johnson refuses to seat her. And so while we celebrate these electoral victories that we're having tonight, we still got to be clear-minded about the threats that we're facing, right? That we've got some folks who out of their own mouths are saying they no longer believe in democracy, right? That say, oh, this isn't a democracy, it's a republic. And, so anyway, I just want to give that cautionary note before we talk about the actual electoral wins. Your banner at the bottom says Black Folks Matter. And I think that's part of the story that we're seeing tonight, right? We're seeing historic wins, and we're seeing them in places where Black voters have been a big part of the story. This win, these two PSC races in Georgia, I don't know if y'all talked about it already, but these two huge Public Service Commission wins in Georgia, statewide races for districts that really should not be statewide districts, right? That's a whole story in and of itself. But in spite of that, we're seeing these two huge wins. I mean, not even close. These aren't like 51-49, 52-48. Like they're looking at like 60% of the vote, above 60% in both of these districts. Black voters got a lot to do with that. But you also got to look at, like, even in Virginia, like we know what happened with the statewide races, but they're looking at, I think they may have won like 11 extra seats or something crazy like that in Virginia. Some of those are in the Hampton Roads area of Virginia, a part of the state that doesn't get a whole lot of electoral attention. But you got a significant Black population. I'm talking about places like Hampton, Virginia Beach, Norfolk, down in that area. And you saw some major victories there. And in Central Virginia, you got 3 Black women that have won legislative seats. And so that doesn't happen without large Black turnout. So you got to look at not just the results, but look at the role that Black voters have played in these results. And I'd be remiss if I don't mention Mississippi, where you also see some special elections because of the Voting Rights Act. And I don't know what the final count is, but there's a possibility that enough of those seats in Mississippi, we're talking about Mississippi, y'all, right, where enough seats may have been won there to break the supermajority that Republicans had there.
Right. And
Black voters in the middle of all of this.
Also, you're the Democratic incumbent for mayor in Cincinnati, beat J.D. Vance's half-brother, Corey Bowman, so in a blowout. The trifling swimmer, Riley Gaines, who only gained popularity because of swimming against someone who's transgender, she tweeted 25 minutes ago, "We've got a lot of work to do to make sure midterms aren't a disaster." I said, "Oh, trust me, Riley, you'll be able to swim in McAteers this time next year." Yes, I am King Petty. Yes, I am. And again, the thing here, I really do believe, Cliff, that when you pull these things together, I think what you saw was, one, all these polls kept talking about how awful Democrats' polling was nationally. That's because they were so fixated on Washington, D.C. I think what you're seeing are folks who are saying, we're not taking our cues from Washington, D.C. The people who should really be concerned tonight are these trifling-ass white Democratic strategists. Because what's going to happen after tonight, you're going to see a whole bunch of folks have any sense. They will say F you to the strategists by saying, you're stupid, normal, centrist. Let's appeal to the white suburban women. Don't go after the base voters. Let's have these generic, lackluster, warm milk-ass proposals as opposed to being smart, being aggressive, being real, being authentic. To me, that is, I think, what you're also going to see. And so I'm going to be trashing those high-paid assholes a lot over the next few days.
Yeah. Yeah, but what you're going to see them doing, and this is why when you were talking earlier, I had a friendly amendment to what you were saying when you were talking about how the Democrats need to tell a story about this spectrum of candidates, right? The reality is this. They won't hesitate at all to talk about Cheryl and Spanberger and some of the moderate candidates. You don't have to worry about whether they're going to talk about them. But what's going to happen is that they're going to bury the story around Mondani. They're going to act like you don't even exist. Like New York, what? Never heard of it, right? Any progressive candidate or the role of any progressive voters, like black voters in some of these elections, you're going to ignore that. So they've always got a wide open tent as long as that tent is only for like center right within the party. But they are constantly trying to ignore the role of either progressive candidates or like you just said, a progressive base. And so part of what we've got to do and why your show and this forum is so important is we've got to tell a story about black voters. We've got to make sure that they see that this election wasn't about the triumph of moderation, the triumph of democratic mediocrity, right? But that this is a story about a base that made itself heard, about a base that wants to see more progressive policies, a base that wants to see a focus on affordability, a base that wants to see people that are willing to fight back. Like, we've got to tell the story of the importance of black voters, or else those same consultants that you talked about, they're going to continue to do their thing and shape the narrative that they want to shape, and then attract the money that goes with that narrative. And our communities can find themselves under-resourced in spite of the victories that we just had. We are one of the few communities, we're always in a situation where we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't. If we lose an election, they look at us and try to blame us, right? If we win an election because of our enthusiasm and turnout, they try to act like it didn't exist and that it was really just because white folks, Trump voters, just basically flipped. So in either situation, we get ignored and then we don't get the investment that we need to go into the next cycle.
Well, that's why I think what the responsibility of black organization and activists and others is to say, we're not going to let y'all define the terms of victory. And what I've said, for every CBC member that's come on, I said this directly to Senator Raphael Warnock. I said it to Jeffries. I said it to Schumer. I said it to Ken Martin. Y'all asses are going to have to cut some bigger checks. You're going to spend more time, more resources. You're going to stop expecting black folks to volunteer and not pay them on campaigns, because the fact of the matter is this here. They are going to need a massive black turnout in the black belt of North Carolina for Roy Cooper to win next year. They're going to have to need a massive black turnout in Georgia for Ossoff to win next year. If Ken Paxton is the nominee in Texas and Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett is the Democratic nominee, they're going to need a massive turnout of black folks in Texas. And so this is where we've got to tell these black politicians, stop being weak, stop being soft, stop being afraid, and they got to be willing to walk into those rooms and throw down. And I'm telling you right now, I'm already making it perfectly clear. House Majority PAC, Senate Majority PAC, Future Forward, all y'all PACs, I'm telling you right now, I'm going to be putting your names and your faces on the air if you're not returning phone calls and emails. Because, see, we ain't going to play this game again that they always playing. And so, again, this is where black folks, we ain't waiting until September and October to say, hey, what's up? We got to be calling folks out Wednesday and Thursday. And next month in January, because that's what it's going to take, because there's a massive effort by MAGA to defund black America. And so tonight was black folks playing offense, not defense. And we gotta run up the score next year as well to send the biggest signal possible that if y'all want to sit here and you want to F with our future, we got something to say about it.
That's what's up. And we're ready to do the work, but we can't do it with no budget. And that's just real talk, right? And so, again, thank you for everything that you do, for telling our stories, for shaping the narrative, for highlighting the organizations and the organizers that do this work, and for highlighting our issues. Because at the end of the day, that's how we get the turnout, is by focusing on the issues that impact our communities, right? I was out today on Election Day here in Georgia. I was at the AUC, the University Center. We had some students marching from Morris Brown, Morehouse, Spelman, Clark, marching to go vote. And they weren't marching just because somebody died for them to vote, right? They were marching because they recognized that our issues are on the ballot. They recognized that their utility bills were on the ballot. That's what we use to talk to folks, to get them motivated to vote in something that's not a sexy election. Well, who sits around the kitchen table talking about the Public Service Commission? But we had to connect it to the issues that people are dealing with on a daily basis.
Yep.
When we do that, and when we got the resources to tell that story, our folks show up and show out. That's what happened today.
Cliff Albright, I appreciate it, brother. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Michael Brown, your final comment before I bring in Tiffany Lofton.
It's interesting. We were talking earlier about conversations that party leaders have to have. Prime example, and Melanie, you know this, Professor, you know this, I know Dr. Malvo knows it, I know you know. When there were a whole host of folks running for president on the Democratic side in 1992, you had serious Democratic candidates that could all raise a lot of money, from Rockefeller to Gephardt, you name it. When my father was chair, he said to Bill Clinton, do you want to be right or do you want to win?
That part.
And Bill Clinton was the only one that said, I want to win. Gephardt said, we got to bring everybody to the table, make sure everybody's coming. And he said to the governor at the time, we're going to give a whole lot of money to black folks in the street. I'm just telling you what the rules are going to be, so don't come saying, we need more money in the Bible Belt, or we need more money here. The money was spread everywhere, but black folks got money. Black contractors, black pollsters, as you know, black organizations.
That's how you won Georgia.
Exactly.
So was there.
That's what you were talking about earlier, not to be afraid. Thank goodness my father wasn't afraid to say that to white men, especially at that time called Reagan Democrats.
Yep.
And those Reagan Democrats, should we go after them? Should we leave them alone? No, we'll definitely campaign, but let's make sure we take care of our folks.
And this also was the DOC fault.
Right.
And again, these two reports that came out, this is the next version of the DOC.
That's right.
That they're trying to bring back again because they want to push this whole thing of, citrus.
Right.
Again, that only works in certain places. It doesn't work everywhere. And next year is not a presidential race. Next year, a series of statewide races. U.S. Senate, statewide. Congressional is 710,000, every 50,000 people. Those are individual races. So you've got to be looking at those races a lot different. Folks, we got lots more to talk about. We're going to go to a break right now. We come back. Tiffany Lofton, United States Student Association, going to be joining us, sharing her thoughts and perspective on this. We're going to be hearing from Glenda Carr with Higher Heights as well. Folks, y'all watching the Black Political Show tonight. The Mother Networks, y'all know, y'all gonna like crane your neck to black people. You don't have to do it on this show. We'll be right back, right here, Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds. As a angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys. This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
If in this country right now, you have people get up in the morning and the only thing they can think about is how many people they can hurt, and they got the power, that's the time for mourning.
For better or worse, what makes America special, it's that legal system that's supposed to protect minorities from the tyranny of the majority.
We are at a point of a moral emergency. We must raise a voice of outrage. We must raise a voice of compassion. And we must raise a voice of unity.
We are not in a crisis of party versus party. We are in a crisis of civilization, a human rights crisis, and a crisis of democracy itself. And guess what? You've been chosen to make sure that those that would destroy, those that would hate, don't have the final say, and they don't ultimately win.
They said the quiet part out loud. Black votes are a threat, so they erased them. After the Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act in 2013, Republican legislatures moved fast. New voter ID laws, polling place shutdowns, purges of black voters from the rolls. Trump's Justice Department didn't stop it. They joined in. In 2018, his DOJ backed Ohio's voter purge system, a scheme that disproportionately erased black voters. Their goal, erase black votes and political power. Yeah, that happened. These are the kinds of stories that we cover every day on Roland Martin Unfiltered. Subscribe on YouTube and download the Black Star Network app. Support fact-based independent journalism that centers African Americans and the issues that matter to our community.
Network special coverage of the 2025 election. It's a lot of stuff we're going to be looking at. I'm going to be looking also at a lot of the local races we're going to be pulling up. Folks at Bolts Magazine really has a great breakdown, a lot of these local races. But I want to go to here. This is actually a poll right here. The Washington Post, ABC News, Ipsos poll. Cash-strapped Americans signal rising costs could be Trump's midterm headache. Share who say they blame Trump for the current rate of inflation. All adults, 59%. Democrats, 92%. Independent, others, 66%. Republicans, 20%. Here's the deal. He ran on these issues. He ran talking about these points here, and now he's coming back on them. Here's what he did. Tiffany lost it. Donald Trump kept saying, I'm going to fix it day one. Well, it's been 10 months. And again, now you're sitting in the seat, you're not going to get the blame, you're going to get the credit. And he keeps going on TV lying, saying that, oh, no, prices are down, everything is down. Lying, just flat out lying. When Fox News are telling the truth, you know something is going wrong.
And I do believe, and I really hope that, and we saw these polls talking about how these young voters, Gen Z, becoming more conservative, especially these young white men. And I really hope that all these young folks who voted for Trump in 2024 now realize, damn, we got played.
Well, I'm trying to figure out in that poll that you just put up who the Republicans think is responsible to blame for the prices going up and what's going on.
Biden.
So, yeah, of course, Biden and Obama, right? And you, like, they're just trying to figure out and point at people. They're just trying to figure out and point at people on who to blame. And so I'm trying to figure out where the other 92% is looking at and what they are looking at, what they're paying attention to. White young boys have always been more conservative. Students of color, young people, educated folks, black young women, millennials, women of color, et cetera, have always been on the right side of history when it comes to the majority of midterm elections, presidential elections. And we've seen the trends of young people go up. Every year I come to this show and we have an election and people say, not here, but people on Fox News and MSNBC and CNN and everything, where are the young people? Where are the young people? Where are the young people? And then the results always come out by Circle, by Tufts, and they say young people have turned out in record numbers. So I'm tired of us asking that question of where they are. Roland, you always invite me to the show, and I always talk about organizing, as you know, and I was just here back in March where your incredible audience and this entire team supported our National Grassroots Legislative Conference and raised over $107,000 from 2,000 small donors who were watching your show to build an organization to move power. And so when you ask the question, who are they listening to and who are they responding to? My question is always going to be in response to that. How are we organizing these young folks on the ground? It's not just communications. It is not just messaging. They have to have organizations where they can live, not just political homes. We got enough political homes. Everybody here in this circle is a part of a political home. How many people in this room, how many people are we working with that are getting ready to prepare for 2026 and are registering people in mass numbers and training young people on the ground? And I'm not going to say I'm the only person doing that, but we are doing that in a really big way at USSA.
The first, I kept saying this, and people, everybody who was here election night last year, I said then.
That was a lot of fun.
I kept saying,
I remember that.
I need folks to stop focusing on 28 and stop focusing on 26. What I was focused on 2 days after Kamala lost was the next election. I think it was like in March.
Right.
And then it was the constitutional amendments in Louisiana. And then it was the Supreme Court race in Wisconsin. That's the one that was in March. And I think people keep making a mistake. They keep trying to go 28. I was somewhere the other day. Somebody said, your thoughts? I said, don't ask me. They're like, yeah, but no. I said, I'm not even talking about 28. I said, because that's the mistake that you're making. What you have to understand is that it's a thing called momentum. And all we have also been talking about is organizing and mobilizing. Bishop William Barber and I talk about this all the time. Organization, mobilization. I gave the keynote speech to the National Panelist Council Friday in Houston. And I said to them, I said, y'all think y'all do a whole lot. You still are not doing enough. I said, because we have to be able to truly understand our numbers. I've been saying to Prince Hall Mason, I need to see you outside of your lodges. I said the Eastern Star, the Lynx as well. And I think that what people have to understand is that it is not going to change just hoping people turn out.
No.
Mm-hmm. We literally have to go back to a very intensive micro strategy, Greg. And the micro strategy is, again, not hoping they turn out, but pulling data, pulling precinct data, pulling block data, to say pulling street data, to say how many people in this precinct are eligible to vote, how many people are registered to vote, then how many actually voted, but the key is look at the number, how many didn't vote, and now focus on those people to turn at least 50% of them out for the next election. We know if all of a sudden you see an uptick of 2, 3, 5, 10,000 votes, that can completely change the statewide results. Mm-hmm. And that's where we have to be locked and loaded as a black community between now and election night next year.
That's right. I'm worried, though, that, CNN's reporting in all week, but that they're getting close to a deal to open the government up again, and the progressive people in the Senate are screaming bloody murder. The Democrats never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity. And you heard Cliff say it. They're absolutely going to bury Mamdani. They're going to bury Jay Jones. They're going to bury everything they can. And the question is, will that break this momentum? Because, you know, we have to be very clear about this. This is a white nationalist country, and the Democratic Party is full of soft white nationalists. Chuck Schumer needs to be replaced yesterday. And so that's not going to happen tonight. But tonight's victory, if in the next 2 or 3 days they reopen the government and say, well, they promised us they'll have a vote on health care in January. What the hell? What did y'all just do? I agree that we need to ignore the Democratic Party leadership completely. We've seen this show before. We saw it in the wake of the Jackson campaigns when they put together their soft white nationalist DLC with Joe Biden and Bill Clinton and everybody else. We've seen this show many times, but our lives are at stake now. The Democratic Party is a delivery system. We should ignore inside baseball politics, and I'm not a loyalist to the damn Democratic Party. F the Democratic Party.
Yeah, it's not even a
For real. 10 toes down. Fuck them. The bottom line is ignore them and move forward. On Fox News, the white nationalists, they're making masks with Zoran Mamdani's head on it, and they're gonna put it on everybody that won tonight. Spanberger, they're gonna put it on all of them. Mickey Sherrill, we've got to take advantage of this momentum and ignore them. Act as if they don't exist. Melanie, I don't know where this money gonna come from, but we need to get you some money. We need to get Cliff and Latasha some money, and we need to just ignore these people.
Well, I think that first of all, what you're seeing. You are seeing folks hate to lose. You're seeing, I think, individuals who now realize that it might be pretty stupid to ignore podcasts, digital shows like this, because people are not watching CNN, MSNBC, ABC, NBC, CBS. And you have to go where the people are.
They're all bought anyway.
But again, I think, well, you see what happened with the right-wing CBS. But again, I just simply think for our people, we have to be, Melanie, every black organization that claims they have GOTV efforts need to be re-examining their GOTV efforts, how much money they're spending, and what they should be saying is, why are we doing all separate, individual, siloed GOTV efforts? And say, how do we then mobilize together, pool resources, pool people to be able to hit more folks? Please weigh in.
I'm just going to say,
What GOTV is.
Get out the vote.
Thank you.
Mobilize the vote. Show up.
They know what that is.
Yeah. Well, I think
that's not true because some of my people didn't even know elections were happening right now.
Well, that's the people in Kentucky. That's the people in Kentucky who were calling the state saying, "Hey, what time the polls open?" They were like, "We don't vote this year."
Yes, right.
New York, they were crying like,
"Oh, like yeah, there's no election this year."
Yeah, Roland.
Go ahead.
You know, I just took a moment and let my friends celebrate that I've been in this organization 30 years. And before I got here, you know, when I was listening to Michael talk about his father, Ron Brown, when I lived in Georgia before I moved here, and the difference in how we dealt with politics, especially in the South. And so if we don't change how we do this in a moment where we know that our lives are truly under threat, and more importantly, our children's lives are under threat, you know, my generation will be okay, and the ones behind, the older than me, will be okay. But our kids won't be okay because you have the kinds of attacks that are going on. That's why, you know, in this moment, I'm really excited about what happened for the moment, but knowing that tomorrow those same people are not going to stop.
No,
they're not going to stop because they had a bump on the road. And so if we don't change, I'm talking about black people.
Right.
If we don't change how we do, you know, I set up a unity table every year. And that we can find a way to share. I will say a lot of our organizations are working more closely together. You know, Latasha and I, we working close together. I think what's going to be critical, and I go back to what you talked about, it really has to do with the divestment in, really divesting in the young people, not just the vote, but in young people. When we were winning and doing winning in a lot of other ways, there was real investment. You know, you at USSA USSA, well, USA Today, but USSA. And this, if we don't, this is where we got to put our energies. Look, the kind of coalitions that invest in our young leadership.
Hold on a second.
Argue this.
Look, the right dropped one. Understand this here. In the last 7 years, the right dropped $1.6 billion on young folks. We did when PragerU launched. The New York Times, the story was 2020. New York Times did a story. PragerU wants to do 1 billion views on YouTube. That was the story. The first year they launched, they raised $22 million. Second year they launched, $25 million. Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA budget is $72 million a year. They broke down how much money they've been spending. Because what happened? They were scared to death of what happened in 2008.
That's right.
Everybody kept saying, oh, Democrats are going to win for the next 30 years. The young voters, the Obama coalition. So they said, what we have to do is reach the hearts and minds of young people. And what they did was they utilized digital media. They utilized podcasts. And they took all their messaging and they attacked everything. And so you have these folks, these young white boys.
They also changed policy.
College campus.
They changed policy on college campuses. They changed policy on the statewide and local level. They took off the pillars that allowed students to use their student fees to continue to organize, have lobbyists in Washington, D.C., have lobbyists at the Capitol, et cetera. It was not just Turning Point USA. Turning Point USA is only 8 years old. These folks, and as you said, from the last election, these folks been able to fundraise, and they fundraised hella money after he got killed. To be able to invest in and support. Now, do they have the political power that I think that we have? I don't think so. I'm just going to say that because I still think we got the power. But they do have the resources and the finances to be able to do that, and you're right. Let me just say one more thing. In 2028, young people under the age of 29, it's going to be half of the electorate anyway. So I need the party and the organizations and our people to get serious about organizing the voters who just turned out tonight, putting them in organizations so they can do work, and continuing to do that, like Melanie said, for the next 300 years.
And on their issues. And on their issues. I mean, it's not just about organizing among young people. I think what Zohran Mamdani is also showing is that young people have real issues, right? Millennials like us, Gen Z, we've been through 2 or 3 economic crises, the climate crises, right? The pandemic, right? We are waiting for relief, right? We are also about to care for our parents, which will be the largest group of seniors in American history, and we don't have the resources to do it. So we're looking for proposals.
More expensive.
You're also about to have the largest transfer of generational wealth in American history. In terms of from baby boomers to Gen X, millennials, and Gen Z.
For the corner.
When is that?
For the corner who have it.
It is
for the corner of that generation.
No, hold on. Hold up. But the reason I'm saying that, Gen X was the only demo where a majority voted for Trump. You have to factor that economic piece in. Again, baby boomers are passing away. They're about to transfer the largest amount of money to the next 2 generations in American history. So we're talking trust, we're talking businesses, we're talking any number of things. That's actually happening. So the economic piece is real. But the thing that I still believe that has to happen, and what the right has done the right way. I keep going back. You can't hope people show up. You literally have to invest in infrastructure because there has to be a conduit. So if you take where you're building, again, and I'm going to use Turning Point as an example, when you're creating Turning Point chapters, you're creating a conduit to organize. When you're setting up 30, 40, 50 campus tours through that infrastructure, that's infrastructure. It's not going to happen just loosely.
Because people are mad, no.
So that's the piece there.
Yeah.
You have to take those people, those young folks who are saying, I want to do something, and say, go here.
That's right.
For training, for
leadership development.
Leadership development, all of that.
Yep.
So
Electoral organizing.
So talk about why you've got to invest in infrastructure and not just broadly, let's hope they come out.
Yeah, well,
One second.
This is
different than you just.
This is a part of the thing that I've been arguing, Roland, for the last few years. We have been, our side, whatever we call ourselves, our side has been, for the last few years, organizing around issues and not creating the infrastructure to move that conduit. And I'm going to be very honest.
Whether it's media, whether it's... Go.
You're right. Media, organization. Yes, let's make a list. Because that list is going to be what we need to build for the next few years. We talked about Black Lives Matter. We built an organization. We had movement for March for Our Lives. Built an organization. And we had the Women's March, and we had an organization in it. And it fell apart. We need to have an organization, a conduit, like you said, where we have constant development of new leaders who are then the folks who take over our jobs, who run for office, who then build media, like you said, who are able to do all of data and the research, who are able to be the poll workers, who are able to be the staffers for these candidates who are running for office and run these electoral issue and candidate campaigns. We need to be able to have all of those pieces. But if we can't find those people because we're not operating like a party, we can't find those people because we don't have the funding and the resources. We can't find those people because we're deciding that we're not in a party. We're actually only supporting 85-year-old Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. Then we are not actually, we don't want to win, period. We don't want to win. So what I'm building at USSA is simple. We are building the conduit. We are turning 80 years old next year. We did have a little bit of a hiatus. I wasn't a part of that. So I said, we need to have, I'm just being honest, it wasn't me. I was at the NAACP. We need, and I built there too.
Stamp.
So we need to, thank you, Mark. So we need to have, we need to have an organization where leadership development happens and these young people can get the experience and the training and the practice and, most importantly for me, the community of relationships to then be able to move the party forward.
One second, I'm going to go to you. 1 second, I'm going to go to Eugene. No, let me go live to Brittany. Brittany Noble, guys, if you tell me to go to Brittany and now you tell me to hold on, okay, fine, get her ready. But don't tell me we need to go to her in the next 30 minutes before they got to get kicked out. Get them ready. Eugene, go make your point.
All right, so a couple points. The thing is, this was the right built over the last decade and a half, and I'm going back to 2010. They built an ecosystem. It wasn't one organization, it wasn't two, it was an ecosystem. So I'm gonna lay out something here, okay? I'm a well-funded ecosystem.
Exactly, it's money. So
listen,
gave Charlie Kirk millions of dollars.
In 2011, 2012, I'm at Bowie State University, all right? At the time, I'm running a Students for Liberty organization, which is nonpartisan, just libertarian-based principle.
Right.
I'm a YAL chapter president, which kind of backed on the Students for Liberty. Turning Point approached us to say hell no. YAF approached us to say hell no because we just weren't that conservative and whatnot. At the time, I also owned the Bulldog Collegian, which was at the time the only active student newspaper on campus. I broke a story about how Bowie had handled the health insurance program at the time, which went from $50 to about $750. I broke the story. Within me breaking, this is how the ecosystem worked. Within me breaking the story, okay, Tucker Carlson, Vince Congolese, I'm at a student conference that IRL, Intercollegiate Institute, whatever, had funded, sent us out to Dallas-Fort Worth, whatever, a bunch of other student-owned newspapers in which, we're networking X, Y, and Z. And I just said, hey, I'm working on this story of, how my university is, messing around with their health insurance plan in the wake of Obamacare, trying to, push students into the exchange. When the story published, all right, Tucker Carlson, Vince Congolese, and a third party whose name I forget, they pushed it out. Within 2 days, Kat Tiff, who's now at Fox News, who at the time was at Campus Reform, comes out to campus. That's when the infamous video gets shot. From there, 2 days later, this is the power of the ecosystem. That's what you guys have to build. I didn't just have the top math at Drudge. I had the top math at Drudge and Huffington Post the same time, dual, both sending all this traffic to Bulldog Collegian, which then also filtered back into Campus Reform or whatever else. That ecosystem is what they decided to use to help build Turning Point. Turning Point has been around a little bit longer than 8 years.
Their website.
Well, that's what their website is. It's been longer than 8 years. The issue is this, right? How is it that an organization, because Turning Point initially was a simply media organization. They were, hey guys, they were trying to compete with what was rare at the time with Jack Hunter of Offsuit of Freedom Works, of Red Alert Politics with Francesca Chambers, who's now White House correspondent. They were competing with them. They started as a media correspondent, a media entity, and then built out a actual physical presence entity. But their building of their physical presence entity was actually building through the YALs, the SFLs, and the YAFs. They would come in and say, hey, you already have this on the ground. Just go file the paperwork to start a Turning Point chapter. And then we'll give you the funding. We'll give you
the money playing all this, man.
It's not just Turning Point, though. It's heritage.
Yeah.
It's all of that.
It's a full.
It's the money.
But the thing, but wait. The thing is this. The thing is this. It becomes a feeder organization.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's the whole key. When you lay out, I'm going to go to you, Nolan, 1 second. When you lay out just the matrix, if you will.
Yep.
Okay, it all ties together. That's why it's called an ecosystem. The reality is, and I'm going to go back to when Howard Dean was chair of the Democratic Party. Paul Begalia, James Carville, Rahm Emanuel, their whole deal was, hey, enough of this 50-state strategy shit, national. Dean was like, no, you have to build a 50-state strategy. So I'm going to take Texas. There are 254 counties in Texas. The Democrats only have a county party in 81, but 254. You can't win a state when you don't even exist in 2/3 of the county.
West Virginia like this.
So it's ecosystem. If you went to Democratic donors or went to the politicians and said, hey, what do you think is your progressive ecosystem to reach young voters?
They don't have
I literally couldn't name the lead organization. They blew off. I mean, I was talking to a white media strategist who said one Democratic media strategist said to him last year, this was a quote, don't come to me about spending some fucking money with podcasts.
Yeah, well,
and that guy hit his ass in December and went, how did that work out for you? So again, 71%. What was the PAC that they were funneling to, if you wanted to support comedy, they said go priorities forward, future forward. 71% of their media ad dollars was on linear television. So the deal, what the right did was the right said, the right said we need think tanks for research. We need young. We need media. They understood the different lanes. Democrats were thinking, oh no, media, we got MSNBC, New York Times, NPR. No, you don't, because those are not, they allow Think Progress to go under. So we can go on and on and on. So what you're dealing with now is, to Tiffany's point, if you have an ecosystem, the person who's 18 is going to eventually be 35. They got to be able to go somewhere. Then when they turn 50, they're going to transition out of that group, and they got to go somewhere else.
That's right.
You literally don't have that, and they're now having to build it on the fly. And so this is where all the people who got mad at me when I criticized Obama and Obama for America, I told them the problem there was that entity was for him.
That's right.
They did not build the party. The party didn't also work with others to build the apparatus around it. And when Citizens United came in, which allowed for corporations to give, then parties became irrelevant.
That's right.
Now you can go raise $500 million without a party, and that becomes infrastructure. So the battle right now is with these white strategists who control campaign dollars, don't want to put money on boots on the ground. They want to buy TV ads because their salaries are predicated on TV buys. 1 second, Noah.
So I loved everything that you said.
I'm going to go to Noah, then I'm going to Brittany. Go. Baby, it's called
as a person who's been on a campus my entire life. Two words that I hear students saying over and over again: motivation, inspiration. They're not motivated and they're not inspired. Being a Democrat isn't a lifestyle like being MAGA or being a Republican. It's not really an ideology. You vote and you go home, right? And I think that's one of the problems that we haven't solved, is to figure out, there's a huge gap between how Republicans do things and how we do things, but for a reason. It's not because Democrats just don't know how to do things. You vote and you go home. You don't wear a hat. You don't wear a T-shirt. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not what the vibe is, right? So as I sit here as a trained political scientist, I'm sitting here because of Dutch Morial, growing up in New Orleans, Louisiana, as the first black mayor, because I was inspired. I was motivated. And every single time When I talk to students, when I talk to young folks, those are the two words. Yes, we need infrastructure. I think on the back end.
What do they say inspired? We say inspired. Are they inspired? This was critical. Are they inspired by candidate or inspired by issue?
By candidate. They're waiting for an Obama.
Hold up. That's it right there. Here's the thing with Republicans.
It's lifestyle.
Republicans' infrastructure was built on issue. It was Roe v. Wade. It was constitutional amendments. It literally was, we're going to build around these issues. Judges, depending upon who you were, taxes, or whatever. Here's why that's so awesome. Because that shit ain't got nothing to do with personality. Nothing. That's an issue. The greatest mistake for young people who are progressive is to be focused on personality.
But you can't call it a mistake. That's how they feel.
No.
But what about
when they go to a concert and they spend their money, it is a person.
What about Trump and Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, we're talking about
Trump and Charlie Kirk.
We're talking about the biggest demagogue ever.
Charlie Kirk did a whole organization.
No, remember.
But that's not nothing.
No, remember. Kirk was a personality who was speaking to issues.
Let me ask you a question.
So what I'm saying.
But issues.
Charlie Kirk people on our side.
Making a boogeyman.
Charlemagne.
Let me ask. Oh my God! I just said that to him in the studio.
telling you.
I said every time
We're in a clown show.
they asked Charlemagne to
We're
go.
in a damn clown show. That's what we're in.
Okay.
That's the same thing, Dr. Carr.
It's the counter boogeyman. It's not the issue.
I said the same thing.
I ran these words.
Wait a minute, hold up. Let me
didn't even pick him.
Let me explain why I'm saying it's.
Since I wasn't able to finish my point.
No, you're going to finish your point, but I want to explain to you why I'm saying it's issue. What they did was they said, this is what's happening to you. That's an actual issue. The reality is, to build economic organization, you do need a charismatic leader. You need somebody who they can rally around. But if he was an empty suit talking about nothing, it resonate. It was a set of issues. The beauty of issues is that when it's your issue, you care about it from 18 to 35 to 50 to 65. It's a continuum. Democrats, let's be real clear. Obama is a generational talent.
Sure.
Who was the Democratic generational talent before Obama?
Bill Clinton.
JFK.
Bill Clinton.
Stop.
Bill Clinton.
JFK.
It
was JFK.
So Obama's 08.
That's the first time I voted.
Kennedy was when?
So y'all gotta answer this.
Hold up. So you had Obama, then Kennedy. Who was before Kennedy?
FDR.
Shirley Chisholm.
When did Roosevelt?
And like Teddy Roosevelt.
So wait, let me be clear.
Not even FDR.
FDR
Roosevelt
gets elected in 32.
Teddy.
Kennedy in 60.
Every 30 years.
Obama in 08. So what your ass gonna do in the 30 years, which is my point. So when you get locked and loaded on personality and not issue, all of a sudden, well, they don't excite me. But guess what? The issue, how many Republicans, what was that? I forgot the little girl name. She said, y'all sitting here, I forgot the little girl name, Gray, whatever her name is.
Brianna.
Y'all sitting here, the Supreme Court ain't that really important with Hillary running. For the Republicans, that shit was the court. That was the issue. They didn't give a damn. They pounded that shit in the heads of young people, middle-aged and older. And they said, we win the court. Guess what happened?
We won.
They win. Trump got three damn picks. Rahm Emanuel.
But look,
I'm
not mad Democrats someone Hitler Youths. I ain't mad at that.
But the problem is,
I ain't mad at that.
But the problem is when folks on the left throw out an issue, right, we have piles of Democrats coming up to say, oh, that's not possible, right? It was not Donald Trump in the Oval Office. It was not Donald Trump in the Oval Office, right? Like, oh, cancel the rent is not going to be possible. It was Abigail Spanberger. And my thing is, to the extent to which, right, we focus in on the issue, right? We focus in on issues that people care about. And then, right, we have this broad coalition that can't agree on what we're willing to fight for.
That coalition is about corporate.
Right.
That's
wait. He ain't finished cooking. Go ahead.
But no, if we don't
I'll come back to you. I need you to calm down. Go.
No, but if we don't decide what if we don't decide what we're willing to fight for, that's the problem. I mean, the Republicans, after they got thrown into the wilderness after Clinton, they put a very simple proposal together. We've got a contract with America. If you elect us, we're going to do these 10 things.
So the clip
and we can't agree on one.
The clip of what you're saying is, when you get power,
do
deliver.
something.
No, do something. Now do something. Deliver.
Well, they gotta
So you
agree
can't
first, then deliver.
come up with we can't.
Right.
And what Trump has just shown you is fuck the rules.
That part.
Forget
Run them
everything.
over. Yep.
I don't give a damn.
That's right.
Like I always say, Democrats could be 2,000 yards from the line and say, "Hey, Mustafa, we can't get close to the line." They 2,000 yards away.
Right.
Trump is on the other side saying, "What y'all doing over there?" So what he has now shown, what he has now shown is the next Democratic candidate has to literally say, "Fuck the rules," and that is, and I'm serious.
Filibuster out of
Sorry. No, there's
in order to win.
Well, yes, I agree with everything you're saying, but there's one thing that I want to make sure our listeners are not missing, and there was something in front of that I think you said, which is really important. It's not just fuck the rules, get up, and I've been saying that. Well, let's fuck the rules. Let's just free education. Like, let's just do it. Why not?
Right.
But what I heard you say, and what I agree with, if it's what you said, is that we have candidates who will come out with those issues. Young people will be inspired and motivated to vote for them. But the party and the people and the leaders of progressive corporate, that's the corporate team. And now, girl,
There's a corporate battle within the Democratic Party.
So you have to beat them to death.
Wait a second. When Cory Bush and Nina Turner show up, who stopped them?
The damn black Democrat.
It was Jim Clyburn.
No question.
Turner.
Damn right it was.
Where y'all fucked up.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
The model is there.
It is the corporate money in the party that is holding up these things.
And
that's why
Schumer still hasn't said anything about Mamdani. He already won.
That's why Mamdani is so scary.
The only way to corporate money is to win and then say, we're going to go after you.
And see what it takes.
And here's the part.
Hold on. I'm going to Knowles. I'm going to Brittany. Go.
And here's the part where Democrats are like, okay, I'm looking at my Republican colleagues and they doing this and they doing that. And they're like, oh, okay. Well, why can't we make change and why can't we get paid too? Right?
I won't off the speaker.
Ain't nobody talking to you. Hold on.
Come on, go. Keep going.
Okay, so stop my point. Damn. My point is, Jesus.
Keep going.
My point is,
take a pause. You're going to get cut.
He do that.
Keep going.
I know, but it's disconcerting and it's bullying.
No, come on.
My point is, you have two different systems. You have two different types of people that vote different types of ways. And we're trying to say copy and paste. Well, the Republicans, okay, but Democrats aren't Republicans and Democrats aren't, vice versa. And so it's very challenging and convoluted for young people to understand that a politician will always vote as a politician.
Unless they get replaced.
A politician's goal is to be reelected, right? It's very challenging.
Unless they get replaced.
It's very challenging for young folks to understand that what you want from your politician isn't what your politician is going to deliver.
Sorry, my turn.
I love you.
I don't want to shout out another candidate that we have not supported, that the party did not support, was Gary Chambers in Louisiana. He just said, me and Marcus hit it on the head.
Got it. Hold on one second. Hold on, because they're going to be kicked down in a second. Brittany Noble. Literally about to run them out. So Brittany Noble is live in Richmond, Virginia. It is a huge, huge night there in Virginia. Democrats sweeping statewide races, expanding their lead in the House. They now have a trifecta in Virginia. And so I know folks are getting drunk and having a great time tonight there in Richmond, Brittany.
They're having a great time, but voters who celebrated earlier tonight are leaving. You can see that it is quite empty here at the headquarters right now, but it was a very, very fun night. The party got started earlier with Abigail Spanberger when she took the stage to celebrate her win as the 75th governor-elect of Virginia. She's also the first female to serve in that role. Don Scott took the stage. He's the Speaker of the House of Delegates here tonight, and he said that the state sent a love letter to the world that Virginia is moving forward. Ghazla Hashami is the governor. Is also celebrating.
Lieutenant
She's
Governor.
the first Muslim woman to achieve a statewide office, thank you, in the entire country. She said she ran for office because no one in this country should be made to feel like they are unwanted in their own community. And she promises to continue punching holes into darkness. Jay Jones will be the first black person to be the attorney general here in the Commonwealth. He says his ancestors were slaves, his family endured segregation, and he walks in the footsteps of so many generations that came before him. His campaign was undermined by the leak of text messages from 3 years ago about a joke about committing acts of violence against a Republican member of the State House of Delegates. Yet he was able to pull out 52% of the votes. Again, Spanberger is the first female governor of Virginia. She thanked her parents and she thanked her opponent. She is the wife and mom of 3. She's a congresswoman, 3-term congresswoman, former CIA officer. She campaigned on the growing anti-Trump energy across the country.
Yep.
Key to her platform are vows to lower living costs, protect women's health care rights, and to restore decency and stability. So I will send things back to you in the studio. For now, we're wrapping things up here at the Spanberger headquarters here in Richmond, Virginia.
All right.
Roland?
Brittany, we appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Go to my iPad, Henry. We're waiting for results out of Prop 50 out of California.
They already called it.
What? Can y'all please relax?
It's an exciting
Thank
night.
you very much.
It's exciting.
This from the LA Times. They showed this here, which I think is great. You want to know how major this vote was? They were showing that it was so many folks who were voting. Polls closed at 8. At 7 p.m. with the hour left, 38% of the county's 250 vote centers in LA had wait times of at least 46 minutes. See what happens when y'all let me host the show? I'm sharing stuff you didn't know. It said at 55 centers, the estimated wait time was more than an hour.
Yep.
Clearly, folks were energized by saying, all right, Texas,
7.3 million.
Texas, y'all want to sit here and screw Gavin Newsom, made the right
Everybody sing
move.
with me. 5 more seats. 5 more seats.
Also, a little bit earlier, Kansas announced they're abandoning their gerrymandering efforts. They don't have the votes there. We still got to see whether Indiana initially said they didn't have the votes. I think it may be. Trust me. After the night, it's going to be supposed.
Maine rejected voter ID.
They might Florida and Nebraska.
Also had that.
Virginia
first of all, let me do this here. It was a huge election. Retention rates, seats in Pennsylvania for the Supreme Court. MAGA wanted to take these 3 judges out because they were ruling positively for expanding voting opportunities. Guess what? Go to my iPad. All three win. All 3 of those Democratic justices in Pennsylvania win. That is a huge deal. I keep telling y'all, state Supreme Court races are critically important. Also, Republicans were doing all they could in Maine to screw voters there. And one of the things that they were doing in Maine, they tried to put it on the ballot for voter ID, ending early voting, and putting some other onerous rules in. Maine said, nah, we good, voted that bullshit down. And they also, Maine has yellow flag laws. They approved tonight red flag laws. So they beat back right-wing efforts there as well. Glenda Carr joins us right now, Higher Heights. Glenda, how are you doing? When we look at the numbers in New Jersey, in Virginia, we can't wait to see some of these local races. Black women showed up and showed out. I had this right-winger. Let me find his punk ass. I had this right-winger, this punk ass on Instagram. He posted something because I had a shirt, Vote Like Black Women, so he thought he was going to criticize me. So somebody sent me on Instagram what he had to say. So y'all know I'm petty. So I went to his page and commented my damn self. And I said, fool, when I wore the shirt Vote Like Black Women, I said, that means they vote at a higher rate than any other group in the country. But you too stupid to even understand that. But it's no shot because that Negro is MAGA. But sisters showed out today all across the country, Glenda.
Yes, we certainly did. You hear a lot of noise because I'm actually here in Houston, Texas, at Amanda Edwards for Congress, her election night party.
Good. Go tell Amanda I sent her a text. She need to respond to my text. We're trying to get on the show. But go ahead, Glenda.
I am. So it's a little, I stepped out, but a little loud. As you are aware, not only did we have the statewide elections in New Jersey and in Virginia, but we also had mayoral elections across the country. New York, all eyes was on New York, but for Higher Heights, the political home for Black women, all eyes for us were in Detroit, where Mary Sheffield became the first woman and Black woman to serve. She will be the first woman and Black woman to serve as mayor of that city. That race has been called. She has already hit the stage. Here in Houston, as you're aware, we have a historic seat, the Congressional District 18, that was held by Barbara Jordan, Sheila Jackson Lee, who passed away in office. A special election was called. The former mayor of Houston, Sylvester Turner, won that special election and then died the day after the State of the Union. And so the residents of the Congressional District 18 here in Houston have not had representation since March. And so it is likely that this race will go to a runoff, which has not been called, by the way, a date. And so a tactic where they will continue to punt and hold the residents of Houston, both Republicans, Democrats, and independents and blanks, not having representation in Houston. But what we found is that Black women continue to do what we do. We not only vote, we are multi-issue voters. This is the 106th day of the 107-day historic campaign of Kamala Harris. And what you found in this cycle is that people are signaling that we want to take back our government, and that the very cities that are under, got this loud background, military occupation from this administration, resources that are being taken away from our communities, that people are running towards not only their leadership on the ballot, but we are running towards taking back this government by voting.
Well, Glenda, huge wins tonight, and this is the thing that I always say to folks: enjoy the night, enjoy tomorrow, but come Thursday, the focus is on the next race, because this is about taking back power. MAGA is trying to defund every aspect of Black America, and if we win hard tonight, we got to go twice or three times harder next year.
Absolutely.
Well, look, I know y'all are going to be doing that, folks. We always talk about supporting our organizations, and when it comes to raising money, Glenda, if people want to support Higher Heights, tell them where to go.
Yep. So Higher Heights is your political home for Black women. We help Black women to vote, run, win, and lead at higherheightsforamerica.org.
All right, Glenda, we appreciate it. Tell Amanda to text me back.
I will.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Here we go to my iPad. Y'all, these numbers are unbelievable. This is New Jersey, almost a 13-point win with 95% of the vote in. Virginia, almost a 15-point win in Virginia. California, that is a 22-point win in California. That says a whole lot about the base of voters. There you go.
I feel like we're feeling a lot differently tonight about our last big election night in November. Quite frankly, it was depressing. And so I think we're being invigorated right now. I think the most exciting part about this is seeing the young people really take this and move this Democratic Party forward. I think we're going to see a lot more of that coming up. But I think we can't forget to get away from the partisanness of it all. I think that's what has put us in this cesspool to begin with. I think when you think about what happened in the New York City mayoral election, you saw a third-party candidate, albeit Cuomo, get 41%. That is major. That's unprecedented. What that says is that you don't have to be a Democrat or a Republican to win races. So I would really urge young people to continue to focus on the issues and stand up for what you believe in and bolster this country forward.
Thank you. We're waiting to hear from Zohran Mamdani giving his speech in New York City. Greg, you about to say something?
I was just going to say, it looks like Dupree, who was the mayor of Hattiesburg, lost his leg. He flipped one of the 2 Senate seats in Mississippi necessary to break that Republican supermajority. I don't know what the other one is, but you can look it up, Dupree. And, yeah, I agree. And Bozo has entered the chat. President Trump weighed in. He said Trump wasn't on the ballot and shutdown were the two reasons that Republicans lost elections.
He was on the ballot. He was on the ballot.
What I'm saying is, though, does that mean now he calls his slave in the House of Representatives, the MAGA Muppet, Mike Johnson, and say, get this done, and calls John Thune and them and say, okay, I'll release y'all. And if they do the shutdown again, yes, I agree. Cuomo's an independent, but he was running that as a white nationalist. And race is not going to be discussed anywhere else but here. The only reason Cuomo got that kind of vote is because he was running in a fear campaign.
Right.
And the Democrats are going to continue to run as soft white nationalists.
But here's the deal,
we can't ignore that. It's very important.
Now, here's the deal, though.
Not on this show.
If you're Democrats in the House and the Senate tonight, you should say, oh, we want more.
Yep. No, but they're not going. That's what I'm saying.
But here's the deal, though. They may not say that, but the people can put pressure on them.
That's right.
And that's the thing.
That's what we
Melanie. Again, what I keep saying is we can talk about the politicians, but they respond to pressure.
That's right.
And what I'm saying to people, and I always say this, the election is the end of one process, and it's the beginning of another. To every single group out there that mobilized and organized and put together groups, everything like that, and you had the family chats, the text groups, and you would encourage people to vote, don't let that stuff wither away. Keep those channels active and say, all right, we're going to roll to the city council meeting, the school board meeting, the county commissioner meeting, the state house.
Town
hall. We're going to roll for DC. We got to put the pressure on them to do what they said they were going to do. I'll run it.
Well, the other part, when I'm looking at Virginia, and I'm, like everybody, just looking at these numbers and knowing that there's the Democrats won a whole lot more seats in the legislature.
Expanded the House.
So we got to be in Richmond.
64.
We got to be in Richmond, right? We have to be in Richmond.
With our agenda.
Right. We have to be. Because otherwise...
We went to Virginia last night.
I was talking to...
Chesapeake, doing a show. And I was pressing them on HBCU money. And I said to the audience, what's your black agenda? Bottom line is this here. Expand the House. And again, Don Scott, my prep Speaker of the House, Louise Lucas in the Senate. But elections are a return on investment.
That's right.
Yeah. And when you showed up, that's when you come go, hey, that's right.
And got to do it in New Jersey, got to do it in Virginia, and wherever we won.
Any mayoral race?
Well, I'm not going to say we. Well, I'm just Melanie now. I'm off the clock.
No, black people.
So, right. Well, I'm off the clock. I'm just Melanie.
No, first of all, I'm not talking Democrat.
Right. No, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying as a voter, right, who lives in Virginia, right, that we have to show up. I don't show up with my day hat on. I got to show up as Melanie Campbell, who helped get you in there with other black women, especially who, when those numbers come out, trust and believe it's going to be black women, right, and brothers, right, and we have to collectively mobilize around that. Otherwise, that's what Greg is talking about. That's what's going to happen. Because at the end of the day, we don't see that just with white electors. We see it with some black electors, and names that I'm not going to name, some of the names have already been named, who show up when they didn't have any other choice but to show up.
Give me a split screen. That's right. Folks, this is a live shot. New York City. Let's go live with Zoran Mamdani. All right. This is Victory Speech in New York. Let's go.
Thank you, my friends. The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity. For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name as we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change. A mandate for a new kind of politics. A mandate for a city we can afford. And a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refused to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum. Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too. This campaign is about people like Wesley, an 1199 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now. This victory is for all of them. And it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again. With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics. Now, I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama, Hayati, there is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears. Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day, volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do. Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Figueroa LaGuardia. An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Make buses fast and free. And deliver universal child care across our city. Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall, your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election. This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves. After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up. We will hold bad landlords to account because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant. So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us. When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all. And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this. And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution, and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the 1st of every month, knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back. Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and... Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal... Let the words we've spoken together, the dreams we've dreamt together, become the agenda we deliver together. New York, this power, it's yours. This city belongs to you. Thank you.
Bring their audio down, mine up. Hey, y'all, that was the acceptance speech of Zohran Mamdani. There's a lot to unpack. Nolan, I want to start with you. This is when I knew that this is when I think he won this race. It was in the debate. The question was asked, what's the first trip you're going to take as mayor of New York City? Every candidate went, Israel, Israel, Israel,
What did he say?
Israel. He went, I'm going to go to New York City.
That's what he said.
Right.
That was a New York City speech.
Mm-hmm.
And that is why I believe he won. He did not get caught up in making it. The mayor of New York City ain't got nothing to do with foreign policy. And his whole deal, no, follow me here. He ain't the State Department. So they wanted to make the whole race about Israel and Jewish voters.
That's right.
He said, no, I'm going to make the race about New York City voters. Right. And that speech, that's what that was.
Absolutely. He is a guy for New York. He is New York's guy. As I'm listening to this, and I know for a fact that there's going to be a shift. When I think about the three economies in the United States, when I think about California, Texas, and New York, the World Bank, they just had their major meeting. ASEAN just had a major meeting. Everything is about economics and how everything is realigning globally. So this speech tonight, it was amazing. It spoke to New Yorkers, but it also spoke to Israel. It also spoke to the Middle East. It spoke to economies around the world, right? So one of the things that folks like me have been tracking is how this will play globally. I think that is very important for people to vote locally. I think it's very important for people to vote for the things that they care about. Now, how this is going to play globally, that's a very different discussion from how this is going to play domestically.
But he doesn't care, Tiffany, about how it plays globally. And again, this is why the campaign, I go back to his commercials, how he talked to the guy in the food truck about the cost, how he sat there at a table and talked about substance abuse and on a basketball court discussing Earl the Goat Manigault. What he did was he said, I'm running for mayor of New York City. I have to get the votes in 5 boroughs, not the votes in the Middle East, not in Europe, not in Asia, not in Russia, anywhere else. He said in the city. And quote, everybody else has been patronizing and all this sort of stuff like this. He's like, okay, y'all talking about that? I'm talking about them bus prices, rent prices, food prices. That's how he won. And for every Democrat who's been a punk ass, criticizing him. They should be studying how he won.
Studying how he won, I want to add to the list that you just gave. I watched the debates. He also was able to combat, they talked about how young he was. They talked about how he was inexperienced and never had an opportunity to lead a state or a city like this and that he wouldn't be qualified and prepared. They tried to ask him 100 questions about Trump. And to your point, he stayed focused on the issues. He built the coalition. And you have to forgive me, Roland, because I'm a little emotional right now. We talked about like inspiration and motivation. I'm feeling hell of inspired right now off of that because he just went around the world and back again. But most importantly, he talked about the coalition of people in New York who ran his campaign and all of the issues that they are going to, all of the issues that they have been facing, and how this moment is going to respond to the needs that people have been having. The needs, like not just the economic needs, but like people are stressed out, not only in New York, across the country, but people are stressed out in New York. He named taxi drivers, Ethiopian aunties, young people, Muslims, Jews. He talked about black women. He talked about labor. He named SCIU. He talked about the Working Families Party. He talked about his family, their family, their family over there, child care, etc. He was able to bring it all together, and I told this to Marcus when he was giving a speech, that needs to be studied. To your point, building that coalition of those young people who want to move everything moving forward.
Marcus, he basically told these white Democrats, kiss my ass about your criticism of identity politics.
That's right.
That's right. I mean, but he's been saying that his whole race, right? He's produced campaign commercials in multiple languages when people say or, targeting the Muslim community or targeting immigrant communities would be a liability for him. He's been doing all of these things where he says, I'm going to buck the system. He says, you're going to try to, rake me down for being a democratic socialist. What I'm going to do is very calmly explain to you what democratic socialism means. And what New York City voters did tonight was buy it. They said that we understand what you want to do for us. We understand the problems we face. Right. And we know you see us, right? A part of, and Zohran Mamdani explained this earlier, democratic socialism is part policy, but it's also part posture, right? How do you show your neighbor, right, that you love them? Do you show your neighbor that you care about them? And what Zohran Mamdani did tonight, as well as over the last year of this election, is show New Yorkers that he cares about their individual situations. He's willing to hone in on those individual stories and turn those stories into policy.
Greg Carr, normally the advisors say, now that you've won, go out, bringing people together. He said, I'm going to give the speech that needs to be given. Damn what y'all think. Right. This was a non-consultant-driven campaign.
It was, and it's from a young man whose father, Mahmoud Mamdani, first-class intellect, spent most of his working career between Columbia University and Uganda, where Zohran was born. His middle name is Kwame. He identifies as an African, and as an Indian, and as a Muslim, and all the things we heard. Just a brilliant young man. People accuse me of being very critical of Obama, and I disagree. I'm not very critical of him. I'm ultimately critical of him. This is the anti-Obama. No, really. That's why Obama called him. Obama realized the torch has not been passed. He took the torch from you. You wasted your torch, sir. There are no red states. There are no blue states. There are just the United States. United States. Let's be clear. I want to be very clear about this because I don't want to be mistaken about that. Isn't it ironic that this boy from Uganda and Obama's people from Kenya right next door, maybe the whole thing is going to be tilting on the edge of East Africa and ultimately. Countries come and go. The United States of America, and people get tired of hearing me saying that, but I don't care because I've studied this enough to be able to say it with full confidence. This country is not going to be here in the same form much longer. Right. These white nationalists understand that, and I embrace them for it. I love them for it because my people were trafficked, and it's a crime scene. The only shot they have now is what they're doing. They are making a death bleat to white nationalism. Tonight we heard from New York City and California that just passed Proposition 50. These are the two areas of this country that are the future of the people who live in this country. California is as Pacific Rim as it is and Mexican as it is anything else. And New York City, as John Henry Clark used to say, isn't a city. It's a multinational polity in its own right. The politics of Mississippi, the politics of the billionaires who control the lives in Iowa and in Texas, those politics are dying. This is their death knell. Zohran Mamdani represents the future, not only of the United States, but in many ways, he's going to be a leader for the world, if he lives, he's in his mid-30s. They're going to try to kill him. I'm just going to say that right now. Because when they get desperate enough, that's what they do. And I'm saying 20 years from now, being the president of the United States shouldn't even be his ambition. Ain't going to be the United States be president.
Mustafa, poster Frank Luntz posted this, and I had to respond. Don't read too much into tonight's election results. Democrats are strongly favored in all the key races. The surprise would be if any of those races are nail-biters. California is expected to ratify Prop 50. That's the big race. Republicans never get their act together. Prop 50 is the only race that will have big consequences in the year ahead. In fact, that the outcome of 2026 may be decided by the outcome tonight. Frank Luntz full of shit. But first of all, that's Frank Luntz trying to. We also just trying to play the game here by saying, well, you know what? It's no big deal because they were going to win. Here's the whole thing. And again, this is the last victory speech tonight, other than Gavin giving his California. But this is the thing again. If you are a Democrat running for school board, for DA, for judge, for county government, for state rep, state senate, U.S. House, you should tell your whole campaign team, we are flying to New York City, and we are sitting down with him and say, tell us how you did it.
Yeah.
There should be, whatever flattery is, whatever the hell, mimic, whatever the hell, it's the best form of flattery. They should be saying, that's how you run, because what he did was he connected with the hearts, minds, and the pocketbooks of voters.
What we watched wasn't a speech, it was testimony. It was testimony. It was testimony.
She's going to be like that new brush. She's going to walk up and just put some... walk up to the altar. Put some money down. Yeah, they did. Go in her pocketbook and put some money down right there. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's true. It's testimony about dignity. Yes, because he made sure the folks that have traditionally been unseen are seen. It was testimony about justice. It was about making sure, putting folks on record that if you have done wrong, you will be held accountable.
That's right.
It was testimony about accountability, about this administration is going to be different. This administration is going to make sure that we are uplifting folks. It was testimony about humanity. It was about, I see you, I hear you, I value you. And that's the difference. And the only thing that he didn't do at the end of that speech, it is say power to the people. But he did it through his actions.
When Cody, the thing is, the thing here is, again, folk can say, okay, that's fine. But the thing that jumps out at me is not he checked off boxes. He didn't do that. But one of the things he said is, in a moment where immigrants are being demonized, are being dragged out of detention hearings, dragged out of hallways, being disappeared, and you don't even know where they went. His whole deal is, he said, we ain't going nowhere. And the reality is, and this is the foreign policy implication, this is the economic implication, America cannot remain the world's largest economy if you do not confront the reality that you have to have immigration. White people ain't having enough kids. They are not. We are a $30 trillion economy. China is a $19 trillion economy. And even the Chinese had to get rid of their one-child rule because they said, oh, shit, that was stupid of us because we're not going to have people in the future. And so these white folks can run around with the great replacement theory, be mad as hell, and he's sitting there going, guess what? We ain't going nowhere. And if y'all can't stand Muslims, we ain't going nowhere either.
But as a child of immigrants myself, as a Haitian American, I felt proud of what I saw tonight. I felt like he touched every single immigrant group in New York City, and there are a lot of immigrant groups in New York City. And then being so proud of his faith, being proud of who he is, being proud of his ideologies as a democratic socialist. Every single thing they've tried to say about this 34-year-old man, he's flipped it on his head. He's claimed it. He's stood in it. So when they say you can't win based on identity politics, you can.
Yes.
When you stand in your light, that's what we saw him do tonight. That's what we need to continue to see the Democratic Party do if they want to win. But what I will say, and I'll close on this, is that when you see New York City win, when you see Virginia win, when you see New Jersey win, 5 times out of 5, that means a win for Democrats in 2026. And that can't be lost on us. But we must mobilize and make sure that we're replicating this campaign and we're doing the work, because we don't have that much time until next year.
Absolutely. It starts tomorrow.
Right. Yeah.
All right, now, hope Doc don't kill me for this, but I'm going to disagree a little bit. I see. I see a direct line from Jesse Jackson, 84-88, Obama, 04-08, Mandami, 25, wherever. All right, the direct line.
Obama was off.
Wait. Hear me.
Give him a little credit. Give him a little credit.
Hear me here.
Come on, go.
Jesse Jackson forced a restructuring of American politics. Barack Obama forced a restructuring of American politics that we live with today.
Sure.
What we heard leading up to today was, hey, Mandami is not representative of the Democrat Party. Mandami is not representative of the Democrat Party. Look at Sherrell, look to Spanberger, look to any other Democrat but Mandami, because, hey, if you look to Mandami, a new standard of what a Democrat needs to project and deliver is now being projected onto everybody else. And from, at least from my perspective, I think that if he delivers, I think it doesn't take much to make buses free. That's a stroke of a pen, a stroke of a budget. It doesn't take much to even deal with the child care situation. If he delivers, that now puts pressure on the entirety of the Democrat Party.
No.
Biggest irony
of the Republican Party.
The reason I totally disagree. Name me the last New York City mayor who became president.
I'm not saying that.
No. Follow me here.
Well, I mean,
New York City.
Last mayor
New York City is the media capital of the world.
I agree.
There is no seat that is more hyped than the mayor of New York City. And the reality is, the mayor of New York City does not drive an American agenda. The reason, when you made the point about Reverend Jackson running, Reverend Jackson changed the rules of the Democratic Party. But Reverend Jackson running in 84 also led to the creation of the DLC.
Come on, walk him through it, bro.
That's first.
That's exactly right.
So that happened.
That's number one.
Obama running, the counter that was, that changed the Republican Party, because those white folks said, oh my God, this Negro won. They were just shocked. So he changed that. So those were national implications. Mamdani is a New York City result. And you can say a New York City result, Karen Bass is L.A., you can say Andre Dickens is Atlanta, you can say when Sylvester Turner was in Houston. The reality is mayors don't have national implications. Many of them don't even have state implications. They have They have city implications. Right. They have city implications. So all I'm saying is, I think when people try to make this thing bigger than what it is, he's going to be New York City.
But it's the largest. But it's the largest municipality in America. I mean,
wait. New York City. Hold up. New York City's one, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
two.
Well, Chicago.
No, Los Angeles 2. Who's 3?
Yeah.
Chicago. Hughes 4. Houston. Right. Tell me which mayor.
What mayor
of those
ever
four?
been president?
No. Tell me which mayor of those four cities has led to national change.
Show me what other.
No. Answer the question.
What other mayor?
Name me a Chicago mayor.
I can't. But what I can show you is that in the last 4 months, that from Donald Trump to Andrew, you mean to tell me that I have the political center of the right, what was the political center of the state of New York, converge on this one guy?
Why?
And nationalize
No. Why?
My sole point.
No. Why was
my sole
Eugene? Why was his race nationalized?
Because they decided to nationalize. They didn't have to nationalize it.
No. His race. Eugene,
Eric Adams got smoking in the primary.
His race was nationalized because he's running in New York City. It is the media capital of the world. So guess what?
Because
all of the national networks. Eugene, follow me here. All the national networks, they live in New York City.
Sure.
They're right there. CNBC, Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, they're all there. So they are seeing it every day. they make it national. But it ain't no different.
Donald Trump endorsed Andrew Cuomo.
But beyond the personalities, we also talked about very specifically the proposals that Mamdani put forward. Like the fact that he's talking about freezing rent, canceling rent.
Yeah, stop right there.
That was national.
Okay, hold up. Stop right there. How many cities have the same rent restrictions as New York City?
L.A.
D.C.
Who else?
D.C.
Okay, y'all just name me 3 cities.
So
the point I'm making, is there are things that are only specific to New York.
Well, housing is universal.
Housing is universal. But what I'm saying is, you don't have the rent, the rent controls and things along those lines. So all I'm simply saying is, we too often elevate New York City as if it is this national thing. When it's actually not. It's not.
Let me ask you a question, Roland.
I'm from New York.
But it's the blueprint for housing.
That's the problem.
I never rode in New York.
What role then did Trump play in this particular election?
Why did Trump endorse Andrew Cuomo?
He just did that last night.
What you're saying about the media central
Easy.
all involved.
Easy. Hold up. First of all, Trump Tower is in New York City. That's 1. 2, he's Muslim. 3, he's an immigrant. Yeah. It played into the right strategy of shut the border down, target the immigrants,
so that's
all of
why
that.
I think this is different from other mayoral.
No. Follow me here. I understand the endorsements, everybody involved. What I'm saying is, the mistake. Republicans gonna do what they do.
Right.
What Democrats cannot do is fall into that trap of somehow trying to elevate Mamdani. Because this is what Republicans want.
You have to worry about
Republicans want him to be the leader of the party.
They're not
They want him. They want him to be the face of the party.
The Democrats going to elevate Mamdani.
Hold up. I'm trying to tell you.
But why is affordable housing and good
go back to the
groceries
media
radical?
capital of the world. Go back to the media capital of the world. Mamdani has to also be very strong. Mamdani has to also be extremely smart at saying, if I'm going to do media, let me do New York City media.
That's right.
If Mamdani begins to go the route of ABC this week,
that's when they'll take him out.
Meet the press, face the nation.
Right.
If Mamdani all of a sudden,
he's not going to be able to get nowhere done.
Follow me here. If Mamdani all of a sudden is speaking about foreign policy, he's speaking about what's happening in D.C., all of a sudden, that changes the piece. So all I'm saying is, that's the smart play is don't fall for that trap, because that's what they want. They want to make him.
He's not doing it.
What'd you say earlier? Boogeyman.
We'll do that in the second term.
The boogeyman of the nation.
Was focused on New York. His race was focused on New York.
His
speech. I want to say his job is going to be focused on New York.
It's beyond New York because it's New York. It's beyond New York because it's New York.
Because of the media.
Blank period.
Because of the media.
It's New York. So and I wish one of the major issues is, when you think about, when London had its first
the mayor,
Muslim mayor, and how there were a lot of things that happened, during that time. The issue is, these are things that I feel very uncomfortable talking about. But when you think about Israel, when you think about Gaza, it's very easy to make a boogeyman of someone who is very openly Muslim, who speaks Arabic, and the way that the world is right now, it's so easy to make him the boogeyman. It is so easy to make him the villain. But outside of that, there are some very real problems and some very real concerns. We are in a complete realignment of the entire world. I need people to understand that. We are in a complete realignment of the entire world. So you have a Mamdani in New York, right? You have a Mamdani in New York. You have a situation, an ongoing situation that's laughable with Israel and Gaza to this day. And he has the ability to weigh in. That is the fear. He has the ability to weigh in. That is the fear.
Hold up. Before you talk, we'll put a pin in this here. It was a young brother who was running for mayor of Marietta, Georgia. 24 years old. Did he win? Did we have him on the show?
I think so. What's
Did
the
he
name?
win?
Yeah,
Did he
did.
win?
24 years old. His name is Sam Foster.
Yeah.
For everybody out there, every young person, I did Ricky Smiley's show, I did Dee McGuire's show, out of the Hill people. Everybody keep running their mouth talking about my vote don't matter. This is the latest result.
Oh, please.
He is winning
Nice.
by 47 votes.
Wow.
92% of the precincts in. The incumbent is Steve Tumlin. Sam Foster is the challenger. Foster has 6,039 votes. Tumlin has 5,991. So for the folk out there who say
That is the example I would use in my training.
that's 37 votes.
That's it.
That's the difference
And
between.
that's at 92%.
Okay, so now y'all can go back to arguing. Go ahead.
Yeah.
All right, Lauren, go ahead. Lauren, then Melanie.
All I was going to say is that
Okay, Lauren, Melanie, Tiffany.
let's
Go.
not overcomplicate things here. I mean,
Yeah,
the old
fuck New
saying-
York. Go ahead.
Okay, right. All right. Let me say, I think I'm the only one in here that's from New York.
I don't care.
Tamika should come for you. Anyway, I do pay taxes in New York, along with a few other my family
Yep,
members.
screw the Yankees. Go
Okay,
ahead.
whatever. And in Brooklyn, and this is an example, Dami, what we just heard was an example of the old saying, putting it where the goats can get it. He's talking on a very basic level, a very human level. That's what a speech sounds like when you don't have the goddamn consultants in the room. He doesn't care. He's been talking like that the entire time.
He was very smart.
And does
He was
not
calculated.
care about what they want to talk about, which of course was another country.
But why?
So he didn't want to talk about another country because he's going to be the mayor of New York, not the mayor of another country. Okay, so that's why, and that resonated. The talking to the taxi drivers, the stuff he's already done in his life. He brought that to the table at 31 years old. I'm 33 years old. It's a pretty amazing thing when you think about it. Whether it's in New York or not, I think AOC proves this as well. When you talk about issues that people care about, this is not complicated, Democrats. When you talk about issues that people care about and you don't care about corporate interests and you put what the people care about above corporate interests, that's how you win. I don't know why that's complicated. It's complicated by the money. That's what it is.
Melanie?
It's not that straightforward.
Well, you know, he was one of the only candidates that showed up to that march on Wall Street. He was the only.
Oh, really?
Candidate.
Wow.
That showed up because I was able.
What
to
march on Wall Street?
The one that Reverend Al put together.
Oh, wow.
August 28th.
August 28th. He was
Gotcha.
the only
Wow.
candidate that did that march, and having a chance to kind of have a little bit of conversation with him, he's a genuine brother, right? And so I think at the end of the day, I think he's going to focus in on being the mayor. He's going to be national whether he wants to be or not, just like some of our other younger leaders that are coming up. It's a new generation of political leaders that we have, and whether he wants to be or not, he's going to be seen as national. But I think the brother's going to focus on what he ran on, and the key is going to be for
New
people
York
to allow that, and they are afraid. You know, it was a powerful message that he gave, right? Because he did speak about New York, but he also spoke about the moment we're in.
Yeah.
In this moment of all that's happening. And so there's this opportunity, I think, to take advantage of that for the good.
It's unbelievable. The pushback.
Melanie, I'm listening to you. I'm thinking about the idea of a society where everyone doesn't just have a fair shot, but you put a floor under everybody so nobody falls completely out of it.
You see my shirt?
What
does
a
it say?
concept.
Power of the balance.
Power of the balance.
What does that say?
Not be erased.
And that's what he got.
That's right. You know, it's interesting. Mamdani has charisma, which makes it go down easier. Those smiling eyes. You never see him. That's the angriest I've ever seen him, and he wasn't even angry. He was still the kind of joyous kind of.
Oh, Laura Ingraham. Good luck, Virginia. We'll be good.
Happy warrior.
He clearly has the intellect. I suspect that whoever helped him write that speech, he wrote that speech as well. Clearly. I'm thinking about in this country, and Roland, you said people need to get on a plane and get there. The lesson they could learn from him is a lesson that they don't want to learn. Because that lesson would require them to have respect for everybody's common humanity. Now, I'm trying to think, who would be a radical white? Like, he sounds like Bernie Sanders, but unlike Bernie Sanders, what Bernie Sanders should have gotten from Jesse Jackson when he was his campaign manager in Vermont, when he was the mayor of Burlington, he should have put those identity politics there. Bernie Sanders can't get past his socialism to get the identity. Zoran Mamdani has that, but I'll end with this. This is what makes it fascinating.
Like Martin Luther King.
Yeah, exactly. And King wasn't a politician.
That's right.
He's not a politician.
Sounds
He
like
can't
Dr.
run for
King.
president, as you said. He should never go to the Senate. Don't be no congressman. You govern a polity. Mayors don't become president, but governors do. He can't be a president, but he can show a microcosm of how everybody in the country could live. Finally, this is where I was going to end on.
That's right.
I'm trying to think of a president who came with that same kind of mentality, albeit in a different set of circumstances. And the closest I can think in our lifetime is probably James Earl Carter. The idea that Jimmy Carter would come into a space and say, I'm a white man from the South. My daddy was in the Klan. And yet I think everybody should have a floor underneath him. He had Greg Allman and the Rock and Roll Boys. He had the black people. Mom, Dad, he's not Jimmy Carter, and this ain't the country that it was in 1976. He's never going to be president. As this country fractures, as these states test the limits of federalism, because these white nationalists hate the federal government unless they're in control of it, at which point they want to use it as a hammer against all of us. As that happens and this country falls apart, all I say is watch the Hunger Games. The revolution gonna come from the provinces. It's not.
Hold up. I gotta give some results.
It's your show. I forgot. Okay.
Y'all ain't keeping up with everything.
You're right.
We talking about him in New York. Well, in Minneapolis, Jacob Fry, two-term incumbent, he got 41.8% of the vote. Omar Fateh got 31.7%. Now that race moves to ranked balloting. And so, yes. See why I say hold up? So again, they have been dogging that Somalian brother. And, they've been dogging. So now all of a sudden, by going to ranked choice, this could go to a second and third round. So Frey has won the first round, 41.8 to 31.7, but that race now goes to ranked choice. Go.
Let me say one thing and a commercial. Y'all
didn't know that.
I agree with what folks have said so far, just around like the lessons that the folks who are running next year need to observe from this campaign. The thing that I want to add to that is this. In a lot of the campaigns that we've been seeing around the country, on the local and statewide level, it has been a fear-based discussion and reaction to Trump. All of their campaigns have been Trump this, Trump that, Trump this, Trump that, Trump this, Trump that. And what we watched here is a campaign that addressed or answered the questions about Trump, but stayed focused on his people in the state, in the city, and stayed focused on what his three main goals were. And then I heard somebody say when he was giving his acceptance speech, he just let everybody else in the city know that they need to get on board with what the agenda is going to be too. He made them very clear. It was child care, it was rent freezing, and it was free buses. And if we can get other candidates, I won't just say Democrats because that's a different conversation. He doesn't identify as a Democrat all the way, so it's Democrat and Socialist. If we can get other folks to mirror or mimic that strategy, what are the three things we're going to run on that are going to impact and change people's lives directly on the ground? And then how are we going to mobilize people around what those three things are? And if you watched and paid attention, I'm going to watch it again. If you watch and listen to it carefully, he said, we are going to do this. We are going to do this. We are going to respond. And then he said, Trump, I got a couple words for you. Turn the volume up. And everybody in the building went crazy because it wasn't him. It was we are going to defeat Donald Trump. And so I want them to walk away understanding that is the thing that they need to use in their campaigns. What are the clear, tangible, and transactional things that we can measure for the people in the city? And then the second thing I want to say is, I know we didn't talk about it here because there's maybe not a lot of black people up there. I don't know what the stats are. But Maine was an important race for me to watch as well for question number one, simply because next year, the Supreme Court is going to be tackling Section 2 in the Voting Rights Act. There are 30-something states right now that require to have a voter ID. And we had a huge fight. Black Voters Matter.
Texas passed a constitutional amendment tonight requiring U.S. citizenship to be able to vote.
See? So that we're talking about voting rights. Question one in Maine was, do we, if conservatives ran this campaign, do we need a voter ID? And they said two things. One, hell no, we don't need no damn voter ID. And two, no, you cannot remove 2 days of absentee voting off of the ballot. So I just want to also applaud Maine because they had a victory tonight, too, to make sure that voting rights is more accessible for everybody.
So a couple of things. The folks at Bolts Magazine, I love, they really cover so many local races people ignore.
You're saying Bolts or Bolts?
Bolts, B-O-L-T-S, Bolts Magazine. This is what my man Daniel Nakanian. He's the editor there. Bucks County, Pennsylvania was ground zero for the conservative takeover of school boards and anti-LGBTQ policies in 2021 with Central Bucks and Penn Ridge districts. Dems flipped both boards back in 2023. Tonight, Dems have ousted all Republicans from both school boards.
We coming for you. We coming for
So
you.
you talking about that? Give me one
Coming for
second.
you.
Hold on.
We better not mess this up next year. I'll tell you that much.
He said he also. One second. Hold on.
23.
Hold on. He also said we're seeing conservative losses in other school board races. He said a hugely positive result for Democrats in tough county executive elections in some of Pennsylvania's swingiest counties. The county executive office in Erie County, Lehigh County, North Hampton County, but roughly 20% each. This is a flip in Erie County. So what you're seeing is, again, we go back to what's happening on the ground. Also, here in Portsmouth, Virginia, Stephanie Morales reelected as the prosecutor there. That's a huge race. Let's see here. Let me see what's going on.
Mississippi?
Supreme Court. Actually,
One of the seats.
Yeah.
I don't know if they got another one, but the brother used to be the mayor of Haverford. He did win one of the Senate seats, but they needed 2 to break the Republican seat.
Wow. Daniel reports Dems have a shot at taking the majority on the Aurora, Colorado City Council. He calls it a little earthquake. They defended the Minnesota Senate. The Dems' 1 seat margin was at play in a special election. Dem leaning seat. They won that particular seat. Let's see here. Wow. Soren Stevenson, who lost an eye due to a projectile fired by the police during the Black Lives Matter protest of 2020 in Minneapolis, has won a seat on the city council.
Wow.
Let's see here. Let's see. Allegheny County, Pennsylvania council mandates seats for minority parties. The Democrats were never able to unseat at-large Republican councilmen, so they ran a left-wing independent, and he's winning easily. Let's see. We talked about the Maine voters. Let's see. We talked about the Supreme Court in Pennsylvania. The seat. Congratulations to Alicia Johnson. We had her on the show. The Georgia Public Commission race. Peter Hubbard. They beat 2 Republican commissioners on the state's utility commission. Oh, we didn't talk about it. Donald Trump's nemesis, Alvin Bragg, huge wins second term there. Larry Krasner easily wins as the DA in Philadelphia. Let's see here. Oh, that crazy-ass election in Miami. You know the dumbass? You know when the idiots canceled the damn election? And they were like, your ass can't. They canceled the election. They say, well, we're going to move it to next year to coincide with the midterm. They were like, you can't give your ass an extra year.
Right.
So Democrat Eileen Higgins and Republican Emilio Gonzalez head to the runoff there as well. Let me see here. Any other?
Did you see what happened in Stockbridge?
Is that too
go ahead, say it.
Jaden Williams, 21-year-old, also former NAACP leader, a student at Clark Atlanta University. He just was the youngest candidate to run and win mayor of Stockbridge in Georgia.
Awesome.
21 years old.
In the Bronx, the Republicans won a council seat for the first time since the 1980s, 2 years ago.
Wow.
It was like Democrats had taken that sucker back. Let's see else.
39 races.
I'm looking at some of the other, and so again, there are a whole lot of local races that are out there as well. So and those things are important, huh?
Dorsey Apleris, next mayor of Albany, New York. First black woman.
Okay.
Incredible, yeah.
Cool. All right. Wow. Anybody else got anything else?
Great.
St.
64.
1 second.
64 Democrats in the Virginia General Assembly.
Are you serious?
64.
Wow. Whoa.
So the biggest in modern history. The biggest.
They picked up 13 seats.
13 plus 13.
Wow.
64. Don Scott has a presser tomorrow at 10:30 in Richmond, along with Dan Helmer.
I'll be tuning in.
That's a record, obviously. And
wow.
That's all Don Scott. It's all Don Scott.
Can I just say something about Richmond? So every single time I'm driving through Virginia and I pass Richmond, I always think about this was the seat of the Confederacy. This is where John Wilkes Booth was trying to get to after he assassinated, Abraham Lincoln. And when I think about the history of that, as an academic, I don't this, this is your wheelhouse.
Control room, can y'all please hit Amanda Edwards? She's texting me. Go back.
I think about what that means in a night like tonight, where 64. Can you just say that?
Yeah, 64 seats, 64 Democrats, a lot of black Democrats too. Should be the biggest black caucus.
That's incredible when you think about what Virginia represents in terms of our history, in terms of the Confederacy, in terms of the Civil War, and where we are now. I don't know about y'all, but every time I'm driving through there and I pass it, I get goosebumps.
Let's not overcomplicate. This is about leadership. This is about Don Scott's leadership. This is about one man that just showed up in 2019 from Portsmouth, Virginia, via Texas.
So here's the thing.
He's only been there for 4 or 5 years, and Don Scott is the reason that this is happening.
So let me say this here again.
I got to balance.
It was a lot of white Democrats in Virginia who did not want to listen to Don. They felt he was not spending money the right way. He was ignoring a lot of the consultants. When he came in as speaker 2 years ago. Look, I'm gonna tell you right now. Listen, the 2 U.S. senators.
All right.
Let me say it right now. 2 United States senators from Virginia were questioning his actions. In fact, one of the actions they questioned was, why in the hell are you spending money on advertising on Roland Martin's show?
Oh, really?
No, seriously. And having him come doing these shows around Virginia. And he said point blank, he said, because he said thousands watch and we're going to win by the margins. He said, and 2 years ago, they won by the margins. His whole deal was, and we talked, he said, I'm planning on expanding it. Here's the thing right now. I dare say, Abigail Spanberger is only going to be one term in governor. You only get one term by Virginia law.
Right.
The reality is, the most important political player in the state of Virginia is Speaker Don Scott. And I'm telling you right now, after picking up 13 seats, here's what needs to happen. I'm going to say it right now. All you smart-ass strategists at the DNC, the DSCC, the DCCC, the Democrat Governors Association, y'all should be taking y'all ass down to Richmond, kissing Don Scott's ass, saying, how did you do this?
Richmond.
I'm telling you, they need to be doing that because, again, they keep playing by somebody else's playbook. To Lauren's point, he ain't been in the legislature 20 years.
Nope.
That's right.
He ain't been there 10 years.
Nope.
But he understood strategy and what I always say, not macro, micro. He understood you hit this area, this area, this area, turning out people, we win. A plus 13 pickup is huge. Nobody predicted that. They were talking about 6-8, maybe. Go ahead, go.
On MSNBC, why don't you text him and get him on this show?
Oh no, I
already
text him earlier.
It's like the line in the movie Spotlight. It takes an outsider.
Hold up. Say what race again?
We also need to watch Melvin Carter's race in St. Paul. He's the first black mayor of St. Paul, but he's now in a very tight race. It looks like it's going to go to a runoff. Yeah, in his race as well. So,
Don Scott.
So that is listen, that's huge. Again, 13-seat pickup. Let me go ahead and FaceTime his ass.
They're saying, Dr. Carr.
What y'all got over there?
That woke.
Hey, y'all FaceTime Don. Hit him 2 or 3 times. See if he answers.
Trending. Woke one.
Oh, woke one. Yeah, woke.
Yeah, now they saying DEI one.
All right, but guess what? Guess what? Winston Sears ain't saying that. Let's do this here. Get final comment. Julian, pull that chair up, sit next to Greg. Let's do this here. Final comment. Eugene, go.
Listen, I think this is a precursor to 2026. If you got Virginia doing the
what? Oh, Amanda. So my bad. Sorry, hold up. You can't give your final comments yet. Let's go live to Houston. We told you all about the 18th Congressional District. Earlier, we had Christian Menifee on. He came in first in tonight's election. Amanda Edwards, former city councilwoman, came in second. This race goes to a runoff. She joins us right now. Amanda, you must feel good.
Well, we're still waiting on some of the results to come in. It's been a little bit slower than we'd hoped, but we're still waiting. But it looks like we're in great position to head into the runoff. So we're excited about it. This district has gone far too long to have gone without representation and a voice. And so it's time for this 18th congressional district to get its voice back.
You ran against Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. You lost. What was the key for you in this special election?
You know, at the time, Congresswoman Jackson Lee, of course, had universal name ID and, of course, a long track record of service. In this instance, we had a pretty open race in which the voters just got to decide who were going to be the folks that they wanted to push forward to lead this community that has this rich history of leadership forward. And of course, I'm someone who they know. I have done the work in the community, been present, been consistent, and they want the people's candidate to emerge. And that's what I've been. So we are excited about the opportunity to serve. And of course, we're still watching for the returns to come in, but are very optimistic about getting in the runoff and of course, winning the race.
Well, we'll be paying attention to it. It's been a long night. And so I'm sure y'all are going to be crunching the numbers, and so when we wake up in the morning, we'll see what that final tally is. What percentage of vote in? What is it? What is it right now?
Oh, we've got just a few boxes in, so we don't even have 10% of the vote in yet. So it's been pretty low in terms, and I think they've got some various credentialing processes that are kind of causing delays, and so hopefully we will all wake up in the morning and those boxes will all be in.
All right, then. We certainly appreciate. Yeah, I'm looking at it right here. I'm seeing Menifee at 32 point something, and you're at 20. Let's see here. He's at 32.5. You at 25.4. And so we'll keep an eye out of this as well. So glad you could quickly join us. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me on. I appreciate you.
All right, thanks a bunch. All right, folks.
Thank you.
We were talking about final comments. Eugene, you were making them go.
I think 2026, I think we're for a tidal wave. It's going to be a tidal wave. If you're pulling 13 plus in the off year, a nationalized election, and, you all don't have no campaign contribution limits. The Republicans could pour a lot of money into the races. I think you're in for a tidal wave in 26, and I think, finally some restoring of balance of power in the country.
Wincuni?
You have a 34-year-old in charge of the 8th largest economy in the world. That's New York City. I don't want that to be lost on anyone tonight. What we saw in New York was historical. To your point, Nola, it is an international thing. New York City is not just the largest city in the United States. It's one of the largest cities in the world. And the implications of his win tonight will be global. It's a win for immigrants. It's a win for Muslim people. And it's a win for all of us, frankly.
Melanie?
Well, I'll say it like this. The enemy doesn't sleep, and we can't either. And so we have to take this moment for what it is and know that we got a long runway. And I believe the lawlessness will continue. It's how we decide to continue to organize ourselves, and I believe it's going to be critical. When I'm looking at some of the numbers and seeing some of the ages where you see 18 to 29-year-olds really came out in some of these races, I think that we have to build upon, not just for the immediate of the election, but for the shift in this nation, because we have an opportunity with all the things that have been torn down. That means we can build something anew. The old United States of America is gone. It won't come back. So what do we want that to look like? Right. It wasn't like it was. Right? So what does that look like, and how do we utilize our power to make sure that we have a better future for our kids?
Mustafa?
The quote that I live by is, you have power unless you give it away. We saw tonight that black folks use their power, that young people use their power. And now we just got to make sure that we're holding people accountable and that we're pushing for positive change.
Julian?
Audre Lorde said the master tools cannot dismantle the master power. Think about that in terms of what happened in New York with Mamdani. It's just exhilarating to hear him speak and to harness all that energy. But at the same time, when I say the master's tools will not dismantle the master's house, Carville and them are some of the master's tools. They forgot what they said back in 1992 when they said it's the economy stupid. They didn't say it's the white boy stupid. They didn't say it's our world. They said it's the economy stupid. They forgot about the economy when they leaned back, rolling your point about those people, those white male consultants who are making millions off the contributions that we send the DNC. That's right. Making millions. So this is just like a victory to say, no, we're not using. Mamdani did not use the master's tools. He created tools. He created tools that resonated. And the challenge is going to be, and for us old heads, I date myself. I'm probably the eldest on this panel.
Yep.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
I'm disagreeing with you.
I'm okay with it. I turned 72 on my last birthday.
That's right.
But we
Fabulous.
We have to remember that we were youth once too. That we want to overtime. You know, our thing was turn this mofo out. You know, turn the tables over. And so we have to remember that. So that a 32-year-old, 34-year-old, a 24-year-old is someone that we not only welcome but also celebrate. And unfortunately, I think that many of my peers have forgotten that. And so I celebrate Mamdani, but I celebrate the young energy on this panel and just the enthusiasm, which is what we have to harness if we can get to 26 and get what we want. Because this devil in the place that enslaved people built, I do not call it the house. I call it the place that enslaved people built. That devil is trying to upend everything that we fought for all this time.
Right.
And our young people are going to be the ones that save that.
Lauren?
New York, baby. All right. My father's from New York. My mother's from Virginia. I really enjoyed this night. But this night really is going to be countered by the other side. I look for them to try to take over the polling places. I look for them to bring the military out again. These are the idiots that landed a Black Hawk helicopter on a building in Chicago. I mean, Trump has no shame. They're going to get scared. You know, when they start losing power, they get scared and they start breaking the rules and changing them. That's what I look for next from them, because what just happened is a major slap in their face and a very big night for diversity. That two Muslim folks that just got elected, one mayor of New York, the other lieutenant governor of Virginia. It's huge for diversity. It's a slap in the face. And what Zoran said up there about, I love how he went after everything that Trump is trying to vilify. He went after all of those things. And you know, this stupid moment that we're in right now where everybody is bowing down, these law firms, these academic places, everybody's bowing down. He's not bowing down. So, I mean, if he can get up there, a 30-something-year-old, probably not that much security, and say all that stuff, knowing full well this puts his life in danger. It really does. The forces against him are huge. Then there should be people who follow that. So, quite an evening. Thanks for all, friends.
Marcus?
Thank you.
Incredible night. I think the themes still remain the same from the beginning of the night that I thought before we had the results, which are compassion and ambition. I think that when people show you that they know you and that they're willing to fight for you, the voters will respond to that. And I think we saw that in a big way. The other thing I will say, just because I think this is very specific to your audience, is I watched a video from C.T. Vivian earlier who said that
my man
has been waiting. Right, he had been waiting for this generation because his generation could only dream it, but the conditions are right now for us to win. And I think what we've shown, what Democrats showed tonight, what black folks showed tonight, that despite the headwinds, despite the folks in the White House, despite, right, the deep entrenched issues that we face in the country, the conditions are right for us to win if we fight for it, and that is a very powerful message we're sending the country tonight.
To the point, Dems won 64 in the House. There's still 2 seats outstanding. They could go to 66. Tiffany?
My America has always been bigger than just white, straight Christian men. So I am celebrating tonight, and I think that we often find so much wrong with what we're doing that we don't get a chance to stop and celebrate and rest. So to all the volunteers and everybody, y'all need to take a break tonight and get some real sleep.
Indeed.
Celebrate, like congratulate each other, celebrate each other. We deserve to do that. We don't thank each other enough because we won this. And with that, I'll say, wassalamu alaikum. And if you are thank you, my sister. And if you are a college-age student and attending a public university, you should go to usstudentassociation.org and join our movement. We are building what we talked about earlier, this apparatus for student leaders to be developed, trained, and build a network to really focus on federal advocacy work from the United States Student Association perspective, but to help build statewide and local power. So join us at usstudentassociation.org.
Nola?
A few things. So I agree with what Lauren said. I'm going to put it a little bit differently. The weaponization of national security will come swift and fast. We are already seeing it. We've already seen it with the deployment of the military in our cities. We're going to see it even more. And one of the reasons being, you know, before October 7th, before Hamas, they attacked Israel on October 7th, there was a normalization process that was happening in the Middle East, where Middle East countries were in a process of kind of recognizing Israel, not necessarily wanting to be their besties, but recognizing that they were there, you know, that they were a power. And since October 7th, a lot of that has been erased. So as I sit here as a national security person, a foreign policy person, I'm elated, but I am also cautiously worried. There will be some sort of response. There will be some sort of global response. And I don't know what that's going to look like. It's going to be messy. But for the country, I am very happy that the response is what the response was. But I don't think we should be naive about the relationship between Israel and Muslims. It is older than all of us sitting here together. It is biblical, and it is after that, right? So this is not just a situation that is about New York. It is beyond that. It transcends that. So I'm curious to see what that's going to look like. But I am very happy that we get to sit here and talk about W's, because as we've been sitting here on this set for quite some time, it hasn't felt good for a while. So I'm going to take those W's. I'm going to go home. I was going to go to Reese's house tonight because her man also had an election tonight. But I'm going home, and I'm going to watch.
What happened? Did he win?
I just texted her. I don't know. She didn't tell me. She said they're going to bed. I hope he won. CJ, baby, I hope he won.
They're going to bed.
Putting all the positive energy, CJ, that you won. But my point is this. While tonight was amazing, the Mandami thing will have global, I don't want to use the word consequences. That's too strong. But I don't want to be naive about where we are globally, right? And that's it.
Yeah.
Greg?
I mean, you know what I'm always going to say. This is why Black Star Network is so important. Nothing else anywhere came close to this. Like everybody else, I probably scanned some of the other stuff. The fact that they had, I'm going to say it only because people know him by that name, Charlemagne on CNN should tell you everything you need to know about why you should turn that off and come here. No. And that's, but yeah, Mr. McKelvey. But I'm just saying, I ain't mad at him. I'm just saying these people curate these heads to do something other than what we're doing. But as I'm looking at this room, and I agree with you, I mean, we got young people here and who are doing incredible work. And I look at this studio, and, you know, you had the President of the United States, who's people from Kenya. You got a couple of New Yorkers over here with James Baldwin and Harry Belafonte, whose people are from Jamaica. But as I look at Idabel Wells Barnett over there over your shoulder, I think about the fact my man Travis Armstrong just texted me from Mississippi, said that Teresa Gillespie Isom won the Mississippi 2nd. So when you put that with Johnny Dupree, who won the 45th senatorial district, the Democrats broke the supermajority in Mississippi.
Oh!
So that sister's home. You know what I'm saying? That means that they can stop these white supremacists.
But let's also thank our legal groups, because it was the lawsuit in Mississippi that caused the courts to say those were illegally drawn districts, and they forced them to redraw those districts, and that's why tonight happened.
Yes, sir. No, that was it. I mean, we just have to remember, as everybody said, I'm just echoing it. We will win. We just got to stay on the path.
I just saw this tweet here from Carolina Forward. There is just no Republican enthusiasm down in Mecklenburg at all. That's in North Carolina. All the candidates flop. Democrats are crushing it. Again, that's in Mecklenburg, Mecklenburg County, where Charlotte is, and that's going to be the precursor to next year. And give it up for that sister in Charlotte, Vi Lyles. How bad? She won with 70.25% of the vote, and she beat the Republican Terry Donovan, who got 25.75. So she won there. And so again, this is what happens again when folk turn out. So what's the point of all of this? I said this last year. You cannot fixate on 4 years from now. You can't fix it on 2 years from now. You got to focus on what's next. And what we saw tonight is what happened when people actually give a damn, mobilize, organize, and they vote based upon issues. They don't whine and complain and say, I'm going to sit out, things along those lines. They recognize that somebody is going to win. So it's going to be your side or their side that's going to win. And then we see what happens. My issue is not, I don't despise Republicans, but I hate MAGA, and I hate their agenda. And what they are doing is they are attacking black people. They want to defund black America. They are attacking black mayors. They're attacking black elected officials. They want to wipe out, with that callous decision, we know the Supreme Court is going to come down. They want to wipe out anywhere from 12 to 30 members of the Congressional Black Caucus. And what I keep saying to black people is that even if they wipe out a lot of these seats and they start moving us around into other districts, if we vote our numbers, they lose even in those districts. As if we vote our numbers. Let me also be clear. There's no such thing as gerrymandering in state elections. And so if we vote our numbers in North Carolina and vote our numbers in Georgia and vote our numbers in Mississippi and vote our numbers in Texas and vote our numbers in Louisiana, the South does not have to look like it looks.
That's right.
But it's a lot of folk who are saying, well, if we could get Stacey coming, Stacey Abrams ain't coming to your state. But guess what? There's already somebody like Stacey Abrams in your state. So what has to happen is you have to be willing to join with those folks. We also have to pool our resources. I think back to Will Haygood's book on the confirmation hearing of Thurgood Marshall. And in his book, he talked about how black folks in Texas put their money together to hire the lawyers to sue the Texas Democratic Party because they had closed primaries. And they took that case to the Supreme Court, and Thurgood Marshall did not want them to take it to the Supreme Court because they feared if they lost, it would set them back, and they did lose. But what the key was here, these black folks said, no, we're going to fund this lawsuit ourselves. And so where are we right now? And I keep telling y'all, don't send money to these parties. Don't send money to these candidates. Send money to black organizations who we know who are going to be on the ground in 2026. Black Voters Matter, National Coalition of Black Civic Participation. We know Until Freedom. We know USSA, and there are others as well. But we have to understand, look, New Georgia Project, was it New Georgia Project? Listen, yeah, they shut down. All of that work. And what did Tiffany say earlier? This is what happens when we have a group that starts and all of a sudden they then disappear. That can't happen. I'm telling all y'all right now, they are coming after everything in black America. And I've been sitting here looking at all of these tweets, and guess what? That same bullshit algorithm that Elon Musk is forcing all of their tweets down our throats. Oh, the crying and the whining is amazing. But I'm going to tell you right now, these evil-ass people, they're going to be pissed tomorrow. They're going to be angry tomorrow. And there's nothing better than to have them even more pissed off a year from now. I would love for them to be whining. You talk about 13 seats picked up in the Virginia House. Imagine if they start crying and they lose 20, 30 seats in the U.S. House next year. But that will not happen if we don't keep our foot on the pedal. Let me be clear. Keep your foot on their necks and step harder. Go harder. When Cooney's like, he is crazy. I'm telling y'all, all of the whining and complaining, I want them to be complaining more. Because I'm telling y'all, they cannot stand the diversity of this country. My book is called White Fear, How the Browning of America is Making White Folks Lose Their Minds. And they have been losing their minds. They've been riding high all year. They've been so happy with Trump and ICE and the National Guard and Doge and Elon Musk. But what did I keep telling y'all? Bill Ackman might be a billionaire. Elon Musk might be a billionaire. Mike Bloomberg might be a billionaire.
And they might spend 100, 200, 300 million on the race. But every single one of their weak asses only got one vote. And for every poor person who sits out, understand, they might be billionaires, but your vote counts just as theirs. And the 90 million people who did not vote, those folks can beat back every single one of these billionaires in next year's midterm election. So we're going to be right here. We're going to be on the road. We were in 5 cities in Virginia. One of the reasons why we've been focused on raising this $1 million, we're launching a new midday show as well. We're looking at launching a health show. When Tiffany get her act together, we're going to be launching her show. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Put the camera on her. Put the camera on her. She's waving a fan. Don't give me a solo shot. Put the camera on her. When Tiffany stop playing around, we're going to launch her weekly show. Put the camera on Tiffany. Put the camera on Tiffany. Thank you. My God. All right. So y'all know right now, I had to announce it. So Tiffany going to do a show.
No, that's why I'm mad, because if you say it publicly, now I got to do it.
Yeah, you got to do it.
It was all text messages before you.
You got to do it. So the point I'm making, y'all, is what we did in Virginia, we want to do the exact same thing around the country. We want to pinpoint the places where we need to be. We want to be mobilizing voters, reaching y'all, talking about your issues, pulling folks together. Because listen, ain't nobody else in black-owned media doing this. Okay? I ain't hating on nobody else. They ain't doing it. No one is doing what we're doing. They're not traveling anywhere talking to voters. And I'm telling y'all, we can take this thing back. You mentioned C.T. Vivian. We talk about Reverend Lowry. We talk about Diane Nash. We talk about Septima Clark. We talk about Ella Baker. We talk about all those folks who put it all together to fight for what's right. Listen, you got next month, 7th anniversary of the Montgomery bus boycott. Yeah. Happy next month. Okay? That was Joanne Robinson and others. I'm telling y'all, they are afraid of us. They are afraid of our power. They are afraid when we mobilize and organize. And you know what I love nothing more? For them to be even more afraid and lose next year, and then lose in 27, and then lose in 28. And that can happen, but it cannot happen if you do not do your part. Every single one of you who are watching and listening, you got a job to do. Folks, that's it for us. Be sure to support the work that we do. Join our Bring the Funk fan club. If you want to give via Cash App. We told y'all what happened. How much money did we raise for y'all last, Tiffany?
$107,000.
That's what happens when, again, we mobilize and organize. Cash App, you want to use a Cash App, you stripe QR code you see right here, bottom left-hand corner. Bring the music down, please. PayPal's R. Martin Unfiltered. Venmo's RM Unfiltered. Zelle. Rolling at RolandSMartin.com. Rolling at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Check some money order. P.O. Box, big amount to Roland Martin Unfiltered. P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. Download the Black Star Network app, Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Xbox One, Samsung Smart TV. No, Marcus, I'm not reading anything. If you want to get our Roland Martin Unfiltered Black Star Network swag, go to shopblackstarnetwork.com. Shopblackstarnetwork.com. All stuff is there. You see all that stuff on the news desk over there. You see our bartender, Wave. We got a camera over there. Can we get a shot of her? Wave. That's right. That's right. She was keeping all these people inebriated. And so, again, support our black products right there. ShopBlackStarNetwork.com. Y'all see it all there. Go to our marketplace. Also, we want y'all to support Fanbase. Download the app Fanbase. If you want to invest, you can go to Fanbase. They've already raised $13.5 million. They're raising $17 million in the Series A raise. Go to startengine.com/Fanbase. And you can also get this shirt. I purposely wore it. This is one of our shirts on the website, Resist 47. Absolutely. That's what we're doing. So that's on shopblackstarnetwork.com. To all the panelists, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. I already saw. I know some of y'all already been packing y'all to-go bags. I saw y'all all there back. Don't even front. Y'all can you can take food to go, but leave my damn liquor. I don't even drink. But that's for you drunkards next time. See? That's it. I'll see y'all tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered and the Black Star Network. Holla!